Hello and welcome live at the Zero Project Conference 2025 on inclusive employment and ICT. Live at the Vienna International Center. My name is Anna and I'm working with the Zero Project team, and I'm extremely excited to start the Fireside channel of this year's conference, and also to welcome our very close cooperation partner, the Vienna Business Agency. So we've been working together now since 4 years with you, and so this year we have the 4th edition of the Discover Vienna Zero Barriers program. Florian will tell us more in a bit about the details of how the Vienna Business Agency is organizing these Discover Vienna programs. With the Zero Project, we have together already welcomed more than 30 startups from more than 20 countries in these last 4 years. And to give you also an idea about how global this program is, we have had participants from Canada, Kenya, Pakistan, India, so really from very many different countries. So I guess everyone would like to know how to apply and what the Discover Vienna program is about. So Florian, perhaps you could introduce yourself and then tell us a little bit more about this program.
Thank you, Anna. Also, welcome from my side. I'm Florian from Vienna Business Agency. I'm working in the Startup Service Department, which means that we are supporting local and international startups to get your first steps into the Viennese innovation ecosystem. So the Vienna Business Agency is the promotion and innovation agency for the city of Vienna, and we promote the local economic system through consulting, through funding, through events and workshops, networking, and also through the Discover Vienna program, which is a short-term program for international startups to come to Vienna, get to know city stakeholders, get to know industry leaders in the specific field. And as Anna already said, we are collaborating also with Zero Project through the Discover Vienna program to invite international startups on inclusive employment and ICT to present themselves at the conference, but also to get their first steps and a first glimpse into what has Vienna to offer in this industry of inclusive business, let's say. The Discover Vienna program. So far, we are implementing it since 2018, and so far we had about 13 programs. 30, sorry. With about 250 participants all over the globe. You already mentioned that we had how many again? Like 30 participants for the Zero Project conference, and all over we had 250 participants for the Discover Vienna program.
Thanks a lot for this summary of this Discover Vienna programs. And as I mentioned in the beginning, Silvia, we are working together now very closely and successfully since 4 years. So can you give us 1 or 2 examples of success stories during these programs?
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy that we have really very cool success stories in the meanwhile. For example, 2 of this year's awardees of the Zero Project Conference were here participants within our Discover Vienna program last year. One of it is, for example, Loho Learning. They learned about the conference and they came into contact with the Discover Vienna call somehow. And they applied for the Discover Vienna call, were selected by us, and we had really very good talks also with colleagues from Kenya. For example, we met here and we work closely together also in Kenya back home. And this year we are one of the awardees. The other one is Dressel Labs from India, who came by our very good partners in stakeholders in Vienna, Access Austria. We work closely together also with them, all of us. And they came via Access Austria to the Discover Vienna program. Also the Better Mobility Accelerator always promotes our program via social media and so on.
Thanks a lot. Florian, I think it would be interesting for our audience at home, but of course also here at the conference, if you are a Discover Vienna participant, is there a kind of follow-up program, or is there anything that if you're here in a week in Vienna, it's also a short period of time, and as you said, it's really it's a way to start engaging and to start building up your contacts here and also getting in touch with the ecosystem in Vienna. Can you offer, or what can Discover Vienna participants apply for afterwards?
Thank you. So how it usually works, we have throughout the year we have about 5 to 6 calls open on certain topics. We do this through an online application platform that we also publish through our website, viennabusinessagency.at, where you find all the information on upcoming calls. And the next call is during Vienna Up. Vienna Up is the startup festival that we host as Vienna Business Agency through also Vienna.business, the international brand that we launched recently, where we invite all the innovation ecosystem and startup ecosystem from Vienna to present themselves, but also to collaborate and foster the local innovation ecosystem and work together internationally to foster this innovation capacities within Europe from Vienna to the world, so to speak. And the next Discover Vienna will be during Vienna Up, not related to a specific industry, but open to all startups that are beyond the prototyping stage, already launched in their domestic markets, have some first clients, and are eager to learn more about Vienna, the opportunities in Vienna, get to know stakeholders here, and so on. So the application deadline is the 16th of March, so it's next week, Sunday. And afterwards, we will decide on who will be able to come to Vienna, and we host them. We give financial and organizational support for Vienna Up, which is between the 8th and 16th of May here in Vienna.
Thanks a lot. So I would encourage every startup who is a good fit to apply for this program. So we have been also at these events, and especially the Vienna Up is a really very nice event to attend in Vienna. Silvia, would you like to add a little bit more about the ecosystem in Vienna that you are giving access to all the participants of the Discover Vienna programs?
Thank you, Anna. A huge part of my work within the technology services in Vienna Business Agency is assistive technologies and social innovation as the themes I'm working with. And I'm giving advice to Viennese companies usually. But in this cooperation with Zero Project, we work together also within Vienna Business Agency closely. And so we have this perfect fit of the Discover Vienna program, and our work foster the networking between companies, research organizations, and organizations for pilot projects, for example, and for testing. And one of these organizations is Access Austria, the so-called Hilfsgemeinschaft der Blinden und Sehschwachen Österreichs. They also have a kind of incubator, accelerator for innovative international technologies. And usually when we have startups here, the international startups, I try to connect them with Access Austria and also with many, many other stakeholders in Vienna, where sometimes the startups ask us for contacts to banks, for example, and to telecom sector. And in each of these companies, we have our contacts regarding disability inclusion issues and so on.
Thanks a lot. So, and also your program at the conference doesn't stop after this fireside chat, but there's still an event coming up. Would you like to tell a bit about what your session is about for everyone who is here in Vienna, but also for everyone who is watching us online? All sessions will be available afterwards on demand on YouTube. So perhaps you would like to give some details.
Sure, thank you. So we will have a pitching session actually from the startups that we invited to join the conference today at 1 p.m. There the startups will pitch their ideas, and also the audience has the opportunity to ask questions regarding the technologies that the startups bring. What we have on board this time is, for example, bionics. They do prosthetics and limbs for arms and legs, for example, very cost efficient and in a more innovative way out of Pakistan, which is very interesting. But we also have Sensory All that also have not only a booth but also a quiet room here at the conference, which produce quiet rooms for people with neurodivergence, neurodiverse people, and they're also going to present there. So everybody who is here also listening to the session, you're very warmly invited to join the pitching session at 1 p.m. And also engage with the startups afterwards.
Thanks a lot. Yes, I would encourage you to go to this pitching session, which is in room M3. And also on the ground floor, you will find a space that is dedicated to our Discover Vienna Zero Barriers participants, a booth of the Vienna Business Agency, if you would like to engage and get to know more about the programs that are offered. And also all the participants will have a booth there, so you can, as Florian said, engage with them. And also I use this opportunity to promote our quiet room here that is on the ground floor as well, and as Florian said, equipped by Sensory All, an Indian startup who is also part of the program. Is there anything else you would like to add to today's program, or Silvia?
Thank you. I think I have nothing really to add, but also I want to encourage you to come to our booth of Vienna Business Agency and neighboring booths of the startups, and you can talk to them. And also during the next days there will be, for example, 2 companies which we attracted to open a location in Vienna 1.5 years ago. So you may also talk to them. I can connect you with anybody you like. Just approach me and ask me, and we will see.
Great, thanks a lot. So I think the time is nearly up, but I wanted to use also this opportunity to thank you and in general the Vienna Business Agency for this really great cooperation in the last years, and we are hopeful that we continue this in very long future in the next years, to have still many more Discover Vienna Zero Barriers programs coming up. And yes, I wish everyone here a nice conference. Enjoy the sessions, enjoy the networking. To the audience at home who watch us online, stay tuned. There is a lot of interesting fireside chats coming up the whole day, and I hope you enjoy them. And I say thank you and goodbye from the Zero Project. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us at the Zero conference, both here and virtually from home. My name is Ravi Turjaman. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Revolve. Revolve is the premier organization globally that harnesses film to foster change both on-screen and off-screen. I'm here with Christopher Patno at Google. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Well, again, my name is Christopher. I guess my title is Head of EMEA Accessibility and Disability Inclusion, which means my focus is Africa, it's the Middle East, it's Europe, and trying to bring the needs of the community into Google so you can understand how to make our products and our platforms and services more accessible and support more people.
Thank you. So we're here to speak about beyond policy, driving meaningful cultural change at work. Readability is over the years beyond having a film festival that runs in 15 cities throughout North America, a streaming platform, industry summit, and many other programs, educational programs, and so on and so forth. We also operate a program that is called Readabilities at the Workplace. Readabilities at the Workplace really takes these films and bring them into the workplace where people are, and really trying to harness this powerful impact of film to create awareness, promote a greater inclusion in the workplace. I would like to start by just showing a little example of one of the films that we are sometimes presenting as part of Readabilities at the Workplace. It's the trailer of a film called Working Differently from Screens Scotland. It specifically discusses topics of neurodivergence at the workplace and specifically in the film industry. If you can take a look at this film, please.
I'd never heard of the term neurodivergence.
Neurodivergence is still something I'm getting used to despite being a person who is neurodivergent.
It's a wonderful kaleidoscopic technical abomination of many, many things going on and no one having the same opinion twice.
It would be lovely to see more people be open-minded about how you work, how you process information.
I think every case is different.
Everyone presents really, really differently. People with the same neurodivergence can be totally, totally different from each other, and people with two different types of neurodivergence can be quite similar in the ways that they work.
It's really hard to do a one-size-fits-all solution for the workplace if you're neurodivergent.
When you meet someone where they're at and you ask them what you need, you're laying the groundwork for them to bring their absolute best self, their most authentic self, their most creative self. You're allowing them to unleash their whole potential.
Once kind of it's talked about, people are much more open.
If we can talk about it and break that ice.
I think any change which makes somewhere more inclusive, more patient, is better for every human being.
I want people to feel empowered to start today. There's sort of no reason not to.
Thank you. So I would like to just start by sharing something that I saw this morning on the way here on LinkedIn. It's a post by Emily Ladau. Emily, she's a disability rights activist and author, and she posted on her profile saying a harsh reality. People can legislate attitudes towards disability. I'm sorry, I completely confused it. Okay, yeah. People can create policies, but we cannot legislate attitudes towards disability. So this is really, I feel, where Readabilities and Readabilities at the Workplace and all of our other programs come in. And Google actually has been a partner of Readabilities for some time now and hosted Readabilities at the Workplace for your training and the audience, employees engagement activities. Would you mind sharing a little bit on some of the creative ways that you're applying in addition or with Readabilities at the workplace at Google?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things you need to realize is that different people are motivated by different things. So you need to be creative in terms of your connection to people. Some people are motivated by intellectual things. Other people are motivated by the heart. So creativity and storytelling is critical for you to have the impact that you want, to move your employees, to move your community towards something that is more universal. Film, and that's one of the things that's so wonderful about the work with Readabilities. Film is a great way to connect the hearts and the mind. You tell a story of a person that you can identify with, or you introduce someone's story that you've never heard of or thought of, and you have a real emotional connection to these things that make a difference towards your culture, in terms of your community, inside the culture, towards your community of people with disabilities. Film is magic in terms of this kind of way, and you really provide that opportunity with this being creative, to connect a person to something that they may not understand. I learned about disability because my product wasn't accessible. Other people learned about it because they saw a film, they saw a television show, they met someone on the street. So everyone has a different connection. But bringing this into the workplace means you also need to foster trust, and having common experiences helps provide that trust because it gives you a common language. And that's one of the wonderful things about films. It creates a language that allows people to communicate better.
That's exactly, I always say that, people have workshops and trainings and lectures, etc. But really the film creates this aha moment. That's where everything is reducing to that moment where you are sitting in front of the screen and you actually see people that might not have the exact same experience as you, but you can relate to, you can understand. Film removes this type of otherness. When you don't know something, when you don't know enough about a topic or interact with people with different experiences, there is this fear, there is inability or unfamiliarity to approach them, and really film creates that switch where people are more inclined to share with their colleagues about their needs, about the accommodation that they can really use at work in order to perform their best self. And we've seen that also employers actually. We're serving all the organizations that are participating in this program, and we've seen some real tangible impact. One of our longtime partners as well is a global financial or finances company, and they basically, based on their interaction and collaboration with Readabilities, set up a whole department that basically increased the number of employees with disabilities into their early career access programs.
The neat thing about using film as a medium instead of a lecture or a PowerPoint is that ability to expose someone, so it makes it less scary. If you're afraid of making a mistake, and we're always afraid of making a mistake, having someone tell us the language that we can use makes it less scary. It becomes less of a tick box exercise, and in terms of a thing that we actually want to accomplish as opposed to just be done with.
Exactly. And I think that goes to say a lot about the leadership also at Google and other organizations that harness the power of creative storytelling to make this change in their workplace. Can you share with me a little bit more about, with all of us, a little bit more about the decision making on the leadership level as to making a point of creating these spaces for conversation, for awareness raising?
It's an interesting chicken and egg problem. You need to have a safe space to be able to want to share this personal thing about you. But leaders are just people. We tend to forget that leaders are people themselves as well, and they want to have a safe space where they can share their aspects of themselves that may not be something that's traditionally discussed. So through film, you create an environment where you can have these conversations, and leaders can share these aspects of themselves. I'm dyslexic, but I didn't realize I was dyslexic until my mid-40s. I just thought I was bad at things. I didn't realize, because I had this belief in my head that dyslexia meant this. Like words were supposed to be spinning on the page and stuff like that. That wasn't my experience. I was just rubbish at spelling and understanding lists and data and stuff like that. But when I became open to dyslexia as a broader spectrum of data processing, all of a sudden all these things fell into place. But because inside Google we have an environment where we are more encouraged to share, and we have leaders walking the walk, not just talking the talk. People saying, "This is my world, and this is how you work with me. Here's my bio. Here's how to talk to me. Here's how to communicate with me. Here's how to expect, or here's what to expect." So these films provide an opportunity for people to have that, like I said, the language, but the language creates an environment. And when you have an environment, then you have the ability to make a change in terms of expressing yourself or empowering someone else to express themselves. Whether you're a software engineer on the ground or a senior director with RSI issues, we're all people. And film stories bring people to the front.
Amen. And really, sometimes it's such a small change that is required. In this film, Working Differently, there is an example of a filmmaker that all they needed was to print their roles or their tasks on a different color of paper in order to be able to better read through and concentrate and understand the task and remember it. So it's really these tiny changes that are necessary that without the awareness, they seem like so big and expensive and like impossible to do, but they're actually very simple.
I think awareness allows us to be curious. I think curiosity is an important part of this kind of environment. If you can't be curious, you can't listen. And then it takes the intention to do something about it. So, it becomes a virtuous circle. You're curious, so you listen so you act. But then you have to listen again. Are we actually having the benefit that we want in this space? Yep. So you create this environment through stories to create openness. Through openness, you create intention. Through intention, you create change.
And this really goes to everyone in the workplace, right?
Yes.
It's not about people who are identified as disabled or not. It's about creating an environment that allows everyone to flourish and become their best self. It relates to this, and I hate this term, reasonable accommodation. In the US, we have this form that HR often practices and uses when they're onboarding a new employee. And I could not, for the life of me, put this in our organization. There's no such thing as reasonable accommodation. It's accommodation, period. And once you learn about people's needs or preferences on how they can become their best self in the workplace, it's so easy to just help provide it.
But I think that's why storytelling is such an important medium for changing culture. Because if you only worry about the tick box effect, are we giving you what you're legally required to only, then you have reasonable accommodation. If you bring the human back into the conversation, now you're trying to help them thrive and be their best and do their best and provide the most to your organization. It's a subtle difference, but that intentionality to attack the problems of the person as opposed to attacking the person makes a big difference.
I couldn't agree more. I would just like to, as we are running out of time, invite people to learn more about real abilities and real abilities at the workplace. If you don't mind queuing up that slide with a QR code, if anyone wants to visit our website, I'm going to be here at the conference as well, and you're all welcome to reach out and say hi. Real Abilities also is about to launch its 17th edition in New York. We're having our flagship festival coming up April 3rd. I hope you can join us. The industry summit is also available virtually and globally, so please visit realabilities.org and learn about what we do and join us, join the movement. Thank you so much, Christopher.
Thank you very much.
Filippo Veglio. I have the pleasure and honor of chairing this session titled SK Rapid Total Inclusion Through Football. I have the honor of representing UEFA, the European governing body for football, as head of social and environmental sustainability, and it will be my pleasure to have this exchange together with Matthias Costa, who leads the special needs team at SK Rapid. Important topics taking place here today at the Zero conference in Vienna. Important discussions, many discussions, both in plenary but also in side sessions such as these. So a pleasure to be here today, and welcome, very warm welcome to you, Matthias. Good morning here in Vienna to you on this session. Look, let's just jump straight into. We have 15 minutes and we really want to get your story across today around football, inclusion, opportunities, responsibilities, but also the underlying passion in SK Rapid and you personally. Tell us a little bit about this philosophy of SK Rapid, the openness, the element around human diversity as a motor of your success. But also tell us a little bit then behind it, the SK Rapid Special Needs Team that celebrated 10 years last year. And give us a bit of that background to get us started.
Thank you, Filippo. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. So 10 years ago when this whole thing started, there was Rapid had the general manager at the time got in touch with a project in Switzerland, and he thought this was a great idea and he wanted to do this at our club. And when we were approached, the Disability Sports Federation and the club, and we were all looking at how we want to do it, and we were thinking maybe let's do something specific for blind football, no, let's maybe do something specific in terms of cerebral palsy football. And well, after a lot of talks, we decided these are all great sports and we want to do them all. And then the idea was, well, let's try, let's do it, let's get everybody here. And this was we didn't know really what we were doing. I mean, we had a lot of expertise in disability sport. We had a lot of expertise in football, obviously. But to bring everybody together, to have a deaf person who like physically is totally able and great footballers to play, let's say, with a person with Down syndrome who is maybe not that experienced or not that good in football, that was a big challenge in the beginning. To underestimate somebody and not to make anybody frustrated with this. And well, we had a small coaching staff by then, and we started with 16 players with 8 different disabilities, and from then on everything else is history, and it worked. And coaches adapted, coaches are flexible. This is the main thing. We wanted to have everybody involved, and so that nobody underachieves or overachieves, but to have it at everybody's own individual pace.
Tell me a little bit, super interesting, tell me a little bit the impact on the wider community of the club itself, before we go to the wider community over and beyond the club. But how has this impacted the club? How was it received? How was this growth? I believe you went from 16 now to about 200 overall. This growth story, how was it received and perceived within the club?
Well, yes, exactly. When we started, like these 16 people, they all of a sudden were just in the middle of the academy. And as you know, football academies, young footballers already live in sort of a bubble. Yeah. They're ongoing professionals and they're going to be, well, successful athletes. And then you have our guys come in, yeah, and they were, you know, like super relaxed, super friendly, super happy, sometimes over happy. And well, we immediately burst that bubble, but it was very well received. And in the everyday sessions that we had and our daily practices, after some point, or pretty much since the beginning, it was just another team doing their thing. And this just grew and grew and grew, and we had joint practices with certain teams, a lot of contact with everybody in the club, and well, from then on, it just went on, and you know, like there was a time that we, behind the men's team, we were the most famous team in the club, which was, well, we obviously enjoyed the attention, or the boys obviously enjoyed the attention.
Yeah.
And it was great, yeah.
Absolutely, great. So we talked within the club, and tell me a little bit beyond the club. Of course, you send signals through this work, to this role model work, exemplary work, but also this new approach. And we often in UEFA talk about the platform, the power of the football platform, to be able to communicate values, but also be able to engage many other in the football community and beyond. Talk us a little bit over and beyond the club, the microcosm, the wider impact, the ripple effect.
Gladly. There are two main points on this. First, when at the time in Austria, there were lots of teams, like national projects going, of people for deaf players, for players with cerebral palsy, and so on. But there was no possibility to do this in a club, because in Vienna you maybe had 10 players, so you could maybe make a team, but nowhere else, because you had one here, another guy there. And so what we did to bring everybody together, we all of a sudden had a team, and we had lots of players that could play on a similar level. And what happened then, shortly after, our biggest rival in football, well, on the professional level, Austria Vienna, started their own team with our help, and they are also very successful in terms of the ideology, how they do this. And well, we often, or we commonly say, we are separated by colors, but we are joined in our ideology. And from then on, if you have the two biggest clubs from the capital joining powers, it spread on from there like a wildfire. And now you have, we recently had a tournament which was organized a week ago, where you had like over 25 clubs participating, which is obviously what we wanted to achieve in the beginning, which is we want to enable everybody to play football. It is, in our opinion, the best game in the world, and everybody should have a chance to play.
Fantastic, fantastic. Also that motto that you have, separated by colors but united around a common vision and a common mission around that inclusion message. We talked about the on-the-pitch side. There is also the off-the-pitch side, which also links with the conference topic here, the workplace aspect. Talk us through a little bit also the philosophy of work that you have within the club around that inclusion and integration also in workplace. I know there have been some recent very interesting developments that I think would be great to share in the context of the conference today, and a little bit of the outlook there also with regard to employment.
Well, gladly also. Well, what you're hinting at is we recently, it's a year and a half ago, we recently hired players to work in the first market, like as a full-time job with us. So we started out with one athlete with Down syndrome. He is the receptionist at our training center. He is people lovingly say that he helps the head coach of the main team to put his team together for the weekend. No, he is a very shining personality, and everybody loves him there. And we say he's our sunshine when we get in. Then we hired another player with an intellectual disability for our greenkeeping team. We have a player with cerebral palsy who came in from Ukraine. He's working as a steward. We have a blind masseur for the professional team, and this is a project that we have, as a club, been very engaged in. We are doing it like learning by doing again. Yeah. This is a bit.
This is usually the best way, no? Learning by doing.
Absolutely.
With a strong mission and vision behind.
Exactly, and it's like we cannot do like everybody at the same time, but one by one we're trying to integrate everybody a bit more in the club, and this was also our select. This is still, until today, this is our main criteria. We are not looking for the best players. We are looking for people who have strong identification with the club. And then we will adapt to you. You come here, you play with us, and and let's see how far you get.
very interesting to what you point about learning by doing and that enthusiasm and energy that then carries through already for more than 10 years. At the same time, I imagine when you do this integration in terms of employment forms, you also look at processes, procedures, integration sort of to create the stability, the processes behind. Can you maybe speak a little bit to that part as well, given that it's an enabling part as well of that integration?
Well, yes. Since the beginning, since the first days, we did not want to have a separate structure for this club, for this team. It is a team just like every other team that we have, from our under 6s to our academy, under 15, 16, 18, to our second men's professional team, to the women's team that are now recently also part of the club. We want everybody to be part and to be together in this, which means obviously you have to speak with all the areas and you have to adjust all the time, but you have to look to the next person and to see that everybody can coexist in harmony, which we as a club we've been pretty good at. We have a tournament every year where we have teams from all over Europe partaking, and this is also where everybody, from the head coach, from head of marketing, head of communication, everybody comes together on this day and helps out to be able to do this tournament. A day later we have the under 9 tournament, which is also a big international tournament. So
when is the next edition? Give us the date. You have an audience.
Yes, please. Our tournament is going to be June 9th here in Vienna at our home. We play in the stadium, which is also a great experience for everybody.
Let's make some noise about it, of course.
Well, yeah, gladly. Yes, gladly. And June 9th, if you're interested in participating with your team, please contact us. We will make space. We hopefully can make space, if not this year, the next. But yeah, and so this is pretty much it. And I think what the message that I would like to leave is that important for us to integrate everybody, not only as a professional, as an employee, but also as a footballer, is that we as an organization, we as coaches, we have to adapt. We have to be flexible enough to give the same possibility to everybody involved in this. And well, it works. It works and it's a success. And we had our celebration, our 10-year anniversary, where we marched through the stadium and were cheered on by standing ovations by 20,000 people in the stadium, and it was an incredible moment for everybody involved.
Isn't that the best recognition, no? The people recognizing in such an open and human way.
Absolutely, from our supporters as well as from the away supporters, who also recently had started a team with our help. And this is what really it is about. Yes, we play, we compete against each other, but football has such a big power that you cannot forget those that do not have the same access to it, and maybe due to certain conditions will never be able to become a professional footballers, but they also have a passion and a love for the colors and for the game.
Matthias, you couldn't have put it more strongly and passionately. I think the message across football as a vehicle for inclusion, football's taking responsibilities, but doing that with enthusiasm, with energy, with passion, but tangibly trying to improve the lives, providing access to this beautiful sport, but over and beyond also the message that you shared with the audience. So thank you again, Matthias. All the best for the future endeavors. We'll be following closely, including the 9th of June. But we wish you the very best, and please do come back regularly to talk with your peers at conferences such as this, to enthuse them even further on the role of football. We'll be having a short discussion about this topic a little bit later on in the day, also with the Austrian Federation, and we'll continue to support this kind of endeavors in football and with and through sport and the power of football. Thank you again, and thank you everybody for listening in, for tuning in, and we'll be continuing the conference and discussions. Thanks again.
Thank you for this, Filippo. Thank you.
Thank you. Danke.
Good afternoon and good evening. Thank you for coming to Innovating for Inclusion, AI's role in the future of aging and disability. My name is Frances West. I'm the founder of Frances West & Co. I've been coming to Zero Project for many years, and it's great to be back here again this year with some new panelists. My work has been in the digital accessibility for 20 years, and I continue my work as IBM's first Chief Accessibility Officer after my retirement in 2016. I can't believe it's going to be 10 years from now. I've been working with enterprise and also startup in the area of digital inclusion, and really trying to get companies to understand that when we talked about digital inclusion, it's really a business imperative, and it's not just for one segment of a population, but for all, because if we think and take accessibility seriously or meaningfully, then you will understand that this is really about putting human first, especially in the technology construct. And I'm just thrilled to have 3 specialists and 2 in present, and one on Zoom with us today. And what we're hoping to do is that there's tons of talk about AI, but what we want to do is to bring AI to the working level and to show and demonstrate how companies such as Uber or Aira is already implementing AI that benefiting society, individuals at scale. But we also want to discuss that because AI is absolutely the new and revolutionary technology platform, it's so important that business and government work together on the policy side. So we have a very honorable guest here. I'm going to ask him to introduce himself, and then we're going to start the panel discussion. So first, I'm going to turn to my left and ask Ambassador Gales to introduce himself a little bit.
Thank you, Francis. It's a pleasure to be here again at Zero Project. As you said, we've been coming to Zero Project, this marvelous conference, and the work that Zero Project is doing around the world for more than 10 years now. It's a pleasure to be here again in this Fireside chat that is organized on a very specific topic, but a very wide range in endeavor that we are confronting as a world. AI is making us all think about what is going to happen and what the possibilities are, and of course what the challenges are. I am a retired member of the Foreign Service of Ecuador. I now am the president of the board of UNITAR, the United Nations Agency for Research and Training, and also I am the president of WID and the Global Initiative on Aging and Longevity, which we want to promote as a human rights endeavor of a convention to protect the rights of persons who are aging, similar to the CRPD. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and please continue.
I do want to add that Ambassador Gales was one of the principal diplomat actually sponsored in 2006 the UN Convention on the Rights for People with Disabilities. So we would not have a CRPD without his participation and frankly promotion on our behalf. So to my right is the CEO of Aira, and I'm going to ask Troy to introduce himself.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Troy Otilio. I am the CEO of Aira Tech Corp. This is my first Zero conference, and I can't believe I've never been here. So, thank you for inviting me. And we're here to pick up an award, but it's really about, I think, meeting and talking to folks from the international community. Aira's been a company focused primarily in the U.S., providing services for people who are blind and low vision. Aira stands for Artificial Intelligence Remote Assistance, which I think is, we're finally in the AI era, so we know a little bit about AI. We have AI, but we also have humans in the loop. And we provide a professional service that is deployed by 275 organizations, some of your big tech companies, many different retail locations, 50 airports. We can talk more about it, but the point is we found a way to make a scalable, reliable solution that integrates both AI and humans, the remote interpreter, and recently we've expanded into ASL. So I hope to share some of the learnings we've had and some of the successes in hopes that it might inspire you to find a similar path.
I want to mention that after my work at IBM, and I started working with a startup, and one of the things that I always look for at startup is, can the solution scale and then can the solution sustain? Because if not, it's really what I call popcorn innovation. And Ira's solution is one of those solutions that not only scale, but can sustain. So you're going to hear more about their solution. Last but not the least, we have joining us via Zoom is Brianna Gilmore from Uber. Anybody here heard about Uber or use Uber? Okay, great. I'm going to ask Brianna to introduce herself. Thank you.
Thank you, Frances. Such an honor to be here with you and Ambassador Gayos and Tony. I'm just so disappointed that I can't join you in person, but incredible to be able to join you virtually and bring our perspectives and sort of the vision for accessibility at Uber. Obviously, it's a ubiquitous product and really integrated into our city life at this point. But I think still, even after a decade, a lot of people don't understand how AI already powers our platform. And certainly as we're embracing these new large language models and moving into the era of accessibility compliance, there's so many opportunities. And so after a few years of being here at Uber, it's really incredible to be able to converge these two moments of really having a chance to compel and hasten our accessibility work through the use of AI. So really excited to have this discussion today.
So Brianna is actually the head of global accessibility policy at Uber, and so her background actually, I guess we can say policy first, right? But she has begun to make tremendous impact, moving Uber forward and understanding how their platform and also their AI-based kind of innovation can support and can help government around the world to set the right and correct policy. So, Brianna, I'm going to give you the floor. So can you share with the audience here and globally, what are some of the latest work that is inspired by AI, but it's already make impact, especially for aging and people with disabilities?
Sure. Thanks, Frances. And thanks for a more specific introduction. I always say I'm a disillusioned geographer. That's how I started my career, and then turned disability advocate for over a decade, and then happened to find myself really at the intersection of those two places here at Uber. But so much of my work in the disability community has really been on community integration. And that is how I approach my work, is the idea of accessibility as really the combination of independence and safety and self-efficacy. So as I'm thinking about the work and how to use Uber's tools and our knowledge base internally, really it's through that lens of how can we bring policy and our city partners and technology together to facilitate community integration. And as I started saying, Uber's been using AI for over a decade, right? Like that's what makes our rides so efficient and safe. It's what powers our platform's ability to predict supply and demand, identify and tailor your delivery preferences, and send user deals that seem to be really relevant to your purchasing history. But it also keeps users and pedestrians safe. So for example, we preference right-hand turns in almost all of our trip journeys, given that left-hand turns incur such a disproportionately high number of traffic accidents. And really this benefits transportation systems as a whole. These predictive analytics, it's one of the reasons that we've been really successful at mobilizing partnerships with taxi platforms and cities and paratransit organizations all over the world. And after years of operating separately, really public transportation systems and taxi systems, fleet operators all over the world are benefiting from this AI. And this is what makes us and has made us such successful city partners. Especially from the origin story of Uber, there's these really kind of outdated ideas about how Uber shows up as a city partner and also how we show up for our communities. And, the reason that AI and our predictive capability, our safety capability has been so essential for community integration and the overall affordability and efficiency of transport is because most people with disabilities around the world use trip chaining to achieve essential trips. So we know this if we don't have a personal vehicle ourselves, or if we don't ride a bike to get to work. You know, people around the world, they take an Uber Moto ride to get to the metro and then walk to work. And people take, call an Uber to get to their, or take a bus to get to a metro to get to work. But when then they get home from their shift work, the bus has stopped running. And so to make sure that they can be safe for that last mile home, they call an Uber. And there's this persistent myth that Uber is primarily used by middle-income people. And that was true 10 years ago, but now we have Transportation Bureau statistics from around the world and scientific research that's indicated that Uber users with disabilities use the platform for both mobility and delivery more than people without disabilities. Some research has found almost 3 times as much Uber users with disabilities use the platform more. And we use it because we lack access to a personal car or financial resources. We lack the ability to trip chain without a personal vehicle, and we use it to enhance our independence and our well-being. We think that this is not only an essential value, but also understanding the needs of our community and really embedding that in our algorithm is key to integration. Researchers are also have also recently found, and folks who get to hear me several times this year will hear me talk about this every single time. A researcher has also found that the launch of Uber in cities around the world has been causal to the increase in marriage rates for people with disabilities, which promotes what we've always known about transportation as a social determinant of health. And so we see this link from what we see as core to our happiness and our socialization to the most sophisticated forms of AI. The reason is because of our ability to enhance safety and independence, which is so core to accessibility, and what that means for how we can mobilize our lives, how it increases self-efficacy in our decision-making. When getting back to kind of the details of AI, obviously what we see expanding right now, it creates different opportunities. We've used this mapping algorithmic tool, and now we're exploring what advanced language models have an opportunity to do. The most critical area that this has immediately helped my work in is analyzing customer support interactions. When I came on board a few years ago, I had essentially no user data about people with disabilities, which is sort of the flip side of really strong privacy controls and a lack of personalization around disability. But we have been able to use AI to really quickly aggregate and anonymize customer interactions from around the world to determine the most commonly accessibility-related challenges and prioritize them. This is really essential to help us guide solutions, especially for communities who lack advocates in the community that have been able to coalesce around technology. So we think this is particularly relevant for determining potential to better tailor trip experiences to folks in the aging communities in particular, as well as for people with cognitive disabilities. And so that's really what we're working on now.
Well, thank you, Brianna. I think we all agree that we probably can have a separate discussion on some of this innovation that, and using data-driven innovation that Brianna just shared. I know for once that, because Uber come on scene 10 years ago, disrupted the entire industry. So sometimes, they might not be as, because the technology is moving so fast. But I have to give Uber some credit for example, they announced that in the US, a lot of blind people with a service dog, and some of the Uber drivers would not stop for people with a service dog. But now they have implemented functions that you can really report on the incidences. So there is some accountability that's built into the Uber, kind of a process that is making a difference. So now I'm going to turn to Troy. This morning we heard a lot about, how AI can be used to help blind people navigating, through Be My Eyes kind of a discussion. So could you share with us how Aira makes a difference, especially in the employment setting or learning setting? Because we know that employment, you know, in addition to getting around through transportation, the next thing is that we want to be able to have the economic independence. So please share with us your solution and also your, you know, kind of journey into this area.
I'll start by commenting that if you look at the advent of what we call visual interpreting, so the idea of connecting someone who's blind to a remote agent, it could be a professional trained visual interpreter, or it could be a professional AI, has really led to independence. At IRA we say, and it's our motto, and it's even emblazoned in my jacket here, it's access is a human right. And we really take that to heart, but it's quality access, it's access you can trust. And if you look at what Uber did, is it did create independence for people, especially who are blind. It's like one of the favorite tools of the community. So is IRA, and the reason is because we focused on trust and quality. So our quality bar is at the highest level we can produce, and today that is mostly with humans. Yes, we also do the image AI that a lot of companies do, but we add on top of that human verification. And we've seen through verifying many thousands and tens of thousands of images that the AI doesn't always get it right. But we believe, and I would suggest to others, that as you integrate AI into any function, you want to combine the human and the AI and not look at them as separate. And so what we've been unable to do is bring AI to the quality that matches a human interpreter, but I think you'll see in the coming years that more use cases will be delivered with AI. So that's my comment on AI. But at the same time, you asked about how do we work with employers, how do we work with students, how do we scale? And really what that is working both with the individual, so working with and building with the blind community, but also the employers, right, understanding their needs. So there's a big focus on security, because you might go, well, hey, I'm going to bring this solution into my office, sensitive information, that remote interpreter, are they secure? Is your platform secure? So we've taken into account the enterprise requirements, and we focus on that every day. And we're always thinking about how we scale. How do we scale so we answer calls within 5 seconds, almost on every call, making it like Uber. Like what made Uber great was before, if you wanted to get a ride, a taxi, you're uncertain about when that car would arrive. You're uncertain about the quality of how that experience would be. They've standardized it, and they've given us quick access to transportation. IRA gives you quick access to visual information. And I can tell you the benefits are really amazing. So today, I was borrowing from Mike Buckley, he's good at the stats. Today, there's going to be about 1,000 people or more showing up to work using IRA. Some of that's going to be in a warehouse setting, in a manufacturing setting. Some of it will be a knowledge working setting. Will they be using it nonstop? No. IRA's there to overcome the small barriers that can get in the way of finishing your task. So think of IRA as this ubiquitous layer, this access layer that is there when other solutions don't work. When your screen reader doesn't work, you can have an IRA agent access the desktop and either describe the screen or remote into the desktop to overcome perhaps a dialogue that is inaccessible. So we're there every day facilitating employment. I'll tell you the other advantage of this kind of thinking. So employers who deploy IRA also find that they're more attractive to people with disabilities, to people who are blind, because that individual knows that the employer understands them, right? Because they've taken the step to deploy a solution that can solve many problems. Equally, the employer is very satisfied because there's a lot of questions. Most of us, everyone here, like we're the disability champions, right? We're curious and we support, but most managers, most folks do not have that experience. They have all these questions about what it would be like to have someone blind working at their company, and they may not talk about it, but that uncertainty leads to inaction. And with a solution like IRA, and there's many other solutions, when management understands that there are things to smooth out the rough edges, because not every workspace is accessible, they're just a lot more confident about hiring. So we have some companies, some I can't name, that have hired literally hundreds and hundreds of people. A lot of that has to do with the fact that there is a solution that satisfies management's concern over accommodation and satisfies in this case, the blind and low vision individual, that they have a solution that's going to work for every use case. So those are just some of the things that we've learned, and I'd love to talk more about it, but I know we got to get to our next person. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to mention that IRA right now, at least in the U.S., is in places like Starbucks and Target, you know, where we shop and we drink our coffee. And so it's a very, very proven platform. And I can tell you that the first time I heard about the IRA solution, the use case that came to my mind was actually for my mother. My mother, she since passed away. She's Chinese. She doesn't speak English at all. We used to have to book her flight from Boston to Hong Kong, but there's no direct flight. She has to transit in Los Angeles. And can you imagine if you don't speak English and you have to change terminal from domestic to international? So when I heard about IRA, I thought about, you know, what if I can, at that time you have a smart glass, actually one of the early adopter of smart glasses. And I thought, well, if she can tap on the glass, and a Chinese agent, human, will come on and be her guide and to tell her where to go. Won't that be great? So a lot of the technology that we're talking about that can scale, it's not just addressing people with disability, but aging. Because these two things are common to us, right? Aging and disability. And of course, as you age, like I always said, when I started this journey, I did not need any of the accommodation, but now my eyes are no good, my hearing is beginning to go, and I hate to say that, but I'm wearing flats now because my knees are also not working. So on that note, I want to now ask Ambassador, because Ambassador, you and I worked together for 20 years. Last night we figured it out. First on the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, now on the aging. And you know, you talked about you're a diplomat by trade, but how did you get into technology with us? And what's your view of technology, especially, you know, relative to the topic that we're talking about here, the AI, especially for the aging?
I think that you have to go back to the accessibility definition, which Troy was mentioning, because it is a human right. It's Article 9 of the Convention on Disability included access to technology. The responsibility of the 191 states that have signed the CRPD is that they have to give accessibility to persons with disabilities. If we talk about numbers, we're talking about 1.3 billion people who have disabilities in the world. If you multiply that by 2 people, which is the direct impact group, you have 3.9 billion people who require the technology, who need the technology, who aspire to have a better technology every day. And as these marvelous examples of Uber and Ira have just been expressed, we need this as a system of life, a sustainable work, health, and the conduction of our lives together. As we age, being a person who's aging, we're 1 billion people who are aging at this moment. And in 25 years, according to the statistics of the UN, we will be 2 billion. Fertility rates are falling, and we are more aging than children being born. And therefore, if you multiply the 2 billion by the index of 2 I just mentioned, we will be 6 billion people in the year 2050 who require technology for assisted living, for workability, and especially for longevity. So I think that we're in front of an extraordinary opportunity, both for those who are working in AI on the implementation, to make life a better standard of living around the world. I come from the global south, and one of the fascinating issues is that I use Uber all over the world. I can talk about issues of using technologies beyond the span of 120 countries. So I really am an optimistic person that looks at the possibility of the use of technology as not only a breaker of barriers, a disruptor of what we have now, but also as a right for persons with a disability and the right of a person who is aging. We're working on the UN Convention for the Aging now. We hope to begin the negotiations this month in Geneva. And we hope that we can have those rights included in the aspects of responsibility by states to give to persons who are aging the rights that they are due. That is fundamentally our work at the moment.
Well, thank you. I want to mention that I think having technology as a part of the CRPD was part of one of the biggest collective accomplishment that we can say, because we knew even back in that's now 20 years almost, that technology is going to be here and stay, and that we must have a technology as part of the underpinning of the human rights if we want it to be truly impactful. And since this is the topic of AI, I mean, we only have 4 minutes left. I will ask each of the panelists to say if there's one thing you can recommend to the audience here, you know, both business and also advocacy people, what would that be that you think that will enhance as we, you know, jointly get on this journey of AI?
So those organizations that I described have deployed IRA. They're spending money. Frankly, they don't have to. It's not compelled by compliance. And the motivation has really come from sharing the human story. We can talk about statistics. We can talk about outcomes, and those are important. But when you show someone struggling with an inaccessible, you know, situation, and you see that barrier overcome and the emotion that comes with that, I think those are the stories that people carry to their friends and talk about. So my one thing would be, wherever you find those stories, whether that's on social, you can follow IRA, we have plenty of those, but you probably have other places in your life, you're experts here. Share those stories. I think those are really what changes people's minds about the ease and the need for investing more in accessibility.
Brianna, can you share your perspective?
Sure. I mean, the advancements that I'm most excited about over the next few years are exactly what Ambassador Gayos had mentioned about aging communities. I think of this from the perspective of families and caregivers, tens of millions of caregivers around the world, $150 billion annually wasted in our healthcare system because of a lack of transportation to medical sites, you know, billions of hours that caregivers are spending because of the lack of access to basic rights and community well-being. And really, when I think about AI supporting us and getting to some of the tooling that we're developing for older adults, there's a foundation of, first of all, our fairness principles around transparency, which is essential to understanding the needs of aging members of our communities and people with cognitive disabilities, really getting to using modeling to be able to tailor exactly what an individual needs, and really that enhances safety and independence, but what it really does is provides clarity and the minimization of information. I think that everybody's excited about how much information AI can provide. At Uber, we're always thinking about how can we actually reduce the cognitive load and executive function impact of our work, because there's so much information that we could share with our drivers, with our users. But the more we share, the more taxing a person's cognitive environment is, the greater the impact to safety. And so when we're thinking about the balance of personalization, offering transparency and more information, we're also thinking about how are we not overwhelming drivers, impacting safety negatively, and potentially impacting the cognitive load of older adults. And I really
sorry, I have to. Yes, I mean this is
Oh,
great
sorry,
because yeah, we only
Thank
have 55 minutes. I do want to give Ambassador the chance to share one thing.
Thank you, Francis. Just I'd like to just make an emphasis on one word: dignity. I think that we're challenged to give persons dignity, and the technology can make that possible. So dignity is the word of the day.
And I would just add in that personally, I think each one of us, we talked about large language model, there is a movement towards personal language model or small language model. Each one of you can contribute to the data set. So I've been experimenting with the called personal AI, loading up my perspective. Each one of you could do that. Well, collectively, if we bring the story, our personal story, and also dignity into the technology, we make a human first. Thank you. Right on time. Okay, we did it. Now we can play.
Way to string that. That was awesome.
Let's have a picture here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, can we have a, how can we get her?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Fernandez, she, her pronouns. I am a brown woman with curly hair, wearing a powder blue suit today, and I have a braille display on my lap. And I am so delighted to be here with Francois Klump from Kearney. I am the global lead for engagement for Cisco Systems at the Office of Accessibility. And welcome to our Fireside Chat on authentic representation. Here we're going to be talking about what is authentic representation of disability, why it's important, and what is our journey like to get there. And so I want to turn it over to Francois at this point to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about what you do, and a little bit about Kearney, and we can get started.
Great, thank you so much, Mary. It's great to meet you and very excited to be here today. So for everyone in the audience, I'm Francois Klomp, a middle, late 20s Caucasian male with brown hair wearing a black suit, pronouns he, him. Super excited to be here today. So I guess a little bit of background around me. I'm the Employee Resource Group lead for Middle East and Africa at Kearney for people living with disabilities, as well as a kind of project lead for the Authentic Representation Tool Development Project we ran alongside the Value 500. So super excited to be talking about this today because it's something that's close to my heart and something that we actually delivered quite a long project on. And yeah, just excited to be here and share some of my perspectives.
Yeah, amazing. So Francois, let's start off with what is the the Authentic Representation Project? What inspired you to get started at Kearney, and why it's so important to do this work?
Yep, 100%. So I guess a little bit of the background as part of the Valuable 500's kind of commitment statement to end disability exclusion with their Sync 25 conference. One of the pillars was representation. As part of this, it's to ensure authentic representation and supporting their signatories in kind of progressing that or realizing that statement. After kind of working closely with the Valuable 500, we realized that sometimes, a lot of organizations don't know what that means or how to even do that. So we identified a tool called the Authentic Representation Tool, or the ART. Personally really like that acronym, to practically lay down what it is, how to get there, and how to close the gap of where you are now, where you want to go. Before I jump into the project itself, to put it frankly, for me, authentic representation means or reflects truth. So it authentically shares people's experiences in an objective and reflective manner versus being this fluffed up version of the truth, especially in today's social media age. So I think for me, it's making an authentic story that is relatable every day. And I always come back to the example of, instead of having someone kind of rise from the ashes and have this inspirational story every single time to reflect good in your organization, it's just sharing, as an example, someone in a wheelchair drinking a Coke with their friends. That for me is authentic representation. It's not only in how you share the stories, it's having people with disabilities in creation of those stories, as well as the content that you put out. So the frequency, the stories, as well as people being involved in the making of those stories. That to me is really authentic representation in a nutshell.
And one of the things that I would love to touch on, when I think about authentic representation and storytelling, is that oftentimes when we don't have this representation in stories and we don't make them available to people, people with disabilities are often burdened with having to educate and having to do all of that labor, that emotional labor, when you meet someone, when you're new to a team. And so I would love to talk a little bit about what has been the impact of this initiative, of the storytelling. How has it been received, and what are some of the tangible impacts that you've seen?
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question. So I think there's kind of been a direct impact as well as an indirect impact. Mm-hmm. Let me touch on the direct impact first. So I think this tool was designed with executives in mind. So almost being a self-assessment tool. We know that there's a lot of things on executives' plates, something like your CMOs, the Chief Marketing Officer, they've got a million things on their plate. While the idea of this tool was to give a snapshot of a self-reflection tool. So it literally gives a view of where are you now, where do you want to head to with authentic representation, and how do you close that gap. In terms of how to support people, is we also linked resources to it. So as an example, a firm would be, do you have a disability policy for any stories that you share? If you don't, it links you to a consultancy or a resource that the Valuable 500 provides to show you practically how does that, or how to close that gap. And for me, it really helps to stay targeted. Indirectly, I think through the project, just to use an example, is when you do the right thing, or kind of make sure that you do the authentically right thing, the net positive outcome is fantastic. So even at Carney, when we were doing this project, we realized that our accessibility processes also need a revamp. And then we worked with our kind of creative services team to detail this process. And currently, all of our documents are being kind of pushed through accessibility standards, which wasn't necessarily the case beforehand. So it's been both a direct and an indirect impact, and yeah, it was just an incredible 8 weeks that we supported the Valuable 500 on.
I love that. And you know, one of the things that I often think about and talk about is that disability is not a monolith, that disability is the only identity that can impact anyone anytime in their lives. And so when we think about that, and when we think about storytelling and this concept of authentic representation, one of the things that is always severely lacking is like the variety of disability as well as the other layered on identities, because we're not just that one identity. And so I'm wondering, what impact has it had on other identities to bring forth authentic representation, knowing that disability doesn't look the same and isn't the same, and that no two disabled people are the same? What has that been like?
Yeah, no, 100%. That's a great question. So I think building on that point, the two quotes that I love is disability community is the only one you can join overnight, as well as there's 1.3 billion different disabilities. It's not all the same, right? There's different levels varying. There's also the intersectionality aspect. So as you mentioned, I think for me, by highlighting the kind of, you know, how you can improve your authentic narratives and your authentic representation, you can kind of look into that intersectional aspect. So as an example, what we've been doing at Carney is we also have an employee resource group called Black at Carney, as well as the Women's Network, and we've actually collaborated with them on International Women's Day as an example, or Black History Month, and almost highlighting the intersectional aspect of disability, where you have like multiple identities. So I think for me, it's just been sharing those stories in an authentic manner and creating the space to share those stories. That's been the biggest impact.
And you know, I always like to say, Francois, when we tell people that disability is the only identity you can join any moment, that this is not a threat, it's real. So it's just a reality of life. And in some ways, I find it really interesting that disability is like the one identity that really ties together the fabric of humanity. It can be a place of starting from when we think about what is something that unites us as an entire collective is in fact disability. And at the same time, it's so interesting to me that it is the one identity that has been so erased from the human imagination, right? And like, that's why we need to have these initiatives. I want to pivot a little bit to think about talent. You know, we're at a conference really thinking about how to remove barriers to increase employment for people with disabilities, which is the one identity that has the lowest employment rate globally. It doesn't matter where you go in the world. And so I wanted to kind of think about, for you, what are some of the impacts that you think about when you think about talent, retaining and recruiting and retaining the best talent, and that talent being disabled. What does the authentic representation piece have to do with that? Because that might not be intuitive sometimes.
Yeah, no, 100%. So I think for me, it all comes down to, and the reason why I think retention sometimes doesn't translate from recruitment, it depends on your why. So I think, why are you recruiting? Is it just to kind of meet targets, or is it to actually improve as an organization? So that's one big component. And then the second component for me is accessibility. So for me, it's just getting the accessibility play right, and not being, I'd say, prescriptive in what accessibility requirements are kind of approved, as an example. So just having a broad policy is not necessarily enabling someone living with a disability who's really a superstar, or can help foster growth in your organization. But understanding what their needs are, because for me it's just removing things that don't allow them to perform at their full potential, right? It's like basic rights, if you think about it that way. So for me, it's getting the accessibility right, as well as getting the why right.
Yeah, and I love that piece around the why. And I think for me, oftentimes when we think about a collective identity, when we think about disability, if you've never met someone with a disability, it's so easy to dehumanize people, right? It's like those people over there that have access needs. And I think what's so important when we think about the authentic representation is that we humanize people, of like, we're literally humans with the same wants, needs, desires as every other human, and our minds and bodies work differently and have different needs, and that's okay. And what I think for me, what it comes to for talent is like, all of a sudden you're humanizing your coworkers who may have different access needs than you do. I'm blind, so I always like to say, my sighted colleagues need the light. I don't, but I accommodate you. And so I love like that piece to lean into that.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think 2 points to add there. I was at a global disability conference, I think 2 years ago, and I met one kind of person who had a hearing impairment, and it was my first time really interacting with someone and with a hearing impairment. What I realized is, it's almost like the other senses are supercharged, as well as being blind. I've heard someone have that screen reader that translates it, and it's so fast, I don't know what's being read, but your other senses adapt. So it's almost like just not seeing it as a place of pity, but being like, well, that's incredible. Like, it's absolutely incredible, and seeing it as completely embraced by society. That's the first one. And then the second one for me is almost looking at, especially if you're looking at an authentic representation tool targeted at the C-suite level, understanding that aside from being the right thing to do, it also makes business sense. So 15 to 20% of people globally live with a disability, but people often overlook the extended community, so family, friends, etc. And that represents $13 trillion, according to the World Economic Forum. So it just makes business sense to have these policies in place and focus on authentic representation. So as an example, even though I don't live with a disability, my niece does. So by extension, it affects what I purchase, where I do business, who I interact with, and sometimes people just forget it.
Yeah. So we have about 1 minute left. And so, Francois, I just want to open it up for you for any kind of closing thoughts on your journey, kind of what your hope for the future is, perhaps, or anything else you want to share with our audience before we sign off.
100%. No, I just want to thank you for the time. It's been a fantastic discussion so far. And I just want to, motivate the audience. Once the authentic representation tool or the art is launched, please reach out to the Valuable 500 or myself as well, and just kind of ask about how can that help us improve our authentic representation, and how does that benefit our organization. So I would just challenge everyone out there leading up to this December, just to read up on it a little bit. It's really exciting work.
Thank you so much. For one, I am so grateful that you're doing this work. Stories have the power to change the way that we see the world. And so having a true representation of the world, including people with disabilities, is so crucial in everything that we do. Thank you all, and stay tuned for our next Fireside Chat coming up after this. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you again, I think, on Friday. Thank you, Francois.
Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Welcome everyone at the Fireside chat about accessibility and inclusion in museums. My name is Doris Rothauer, and I'm here in my role as an editor of a museum's guide that was published by Medianet Verlag in cooperation with the Essl Foundation and in cooperation with ICOM Austria. ICOM is the International Museum Association, and that's a guide that showcases 160 museums Austrian-wide with their offers in regard to accessibility and inclusion. The printed version just came out in January. It's only in German, but I would like to show you the website which we have online here, because this one is also in English, and I would just briefly like to switch through the website so you get an idea how it works before we have the chat with Katelein, and I'll afterwards will hand over to her. Okay, can you see the website? Yeah, okay. And now I just have to, okay, I have to admit I'm one of the persons who is very short-sighted and I can't read the screen now. Okay, now I can, wonderful. So this guide, if we go here right to the museums, you show that you can type in, you can type in a name of a museum, but you could also go to a filter. Sorry that it takes me a while now. I'm not used to work with a mouse and I can't find it where it is now. Where is my mouse? Here it is. Yeah. But how do I move on? Find a museum. No. Okay, this is where I wanted to go. Sorry, it took me a while. So you can search for museums by the museum name, but if you don't know a name or you want to get an overall impression, then you can search for a city, you can search for a state, and you also have a filter. So for example, you can search for who has a accessible website or reduced admission, offers for people with dementia, so all kinds of different filters that are provided. And if we go here now, for example, to accessible website, and then to search. Where's my mouse again? Can someone from the technicians go on search, please? I can't find my mouse. Okay, if we can't move on here, then I think we continue with our talk, because that takes too much time now. Aha, okay. The green button, search. Yeah. And then please go on one of the museums. So now if you would scroll down, you have the whole list of museums Austrian-wide who have an accessible website. Yeah, if you go into one of the museum, let's pick the example of Albertina Klosterneuburg, because there part of the collection of the Essel collection has its home base. Yes. Okay, Albertina. You see at the first glance all the information about accessibility, barrier-free toilets, with the website, the entrance, reception, if assistance dogs are allowed, reduced admission, which is a kind of economic inclusion, hearing aids and special tours. And then if you scroll down, please. Yeah, a little more. Okay, here. Then you see, stop a little back. Yeah. All the information, so we structured the topic of accessibility and inclusion in 3 chapters. One chapter is physical accessibility, and then you see all the information that is about the physical accessibility, entrance in the building, in the exhibitions. Second chapter, everything about inclusive art and culture education. So educational programs, specific workshops, specific guided tours. And then you have, as a third, the information about if the content, like a description of artwork or a catalog or a folder, if this is accessible. So if there is, for example, easy language, if you can listen to audio texts, if there is sign language provided, and if you have tactile descriptions and objects. Okay, so that gives you an idea how we deal in this museum's guide with the information. And I think this is also quite a good structure to understand what a museum can offer in regard to accessibility and inclusion. Some can offer a lot, big museums, and we will hear a little about it now from the Rijksmuseum. Others offer little information or little possibilities. For our museum guide, it was important for us that we didn't evaluate. We just said every information, whether it's a lot of information or just a small possibility that is offered, is an important information to our target group. Kästlein Denekamp, we can switch now to the presentation of my guest. We have been talking before our meeting here, and I'm really, compared to, since I know about at least 160 museums in Austria and what they offer, I was really impressed with what I heard from her, what the Rijksmuseum is doing. I think I let her start with the presentation, and then I can maybe point out 1 or 2 areas where I think this is extremely innovative, at least as far as I know what the possibilities in museums are. Kästlein,
thank you.
Please.
First of all, maybe not everyone knows the Rijksmuseum. It's the biggest museum in the Netherlands. It's about art and history from the Middle Ages till now. We are famous for our 17th century painters like Vermeer and Rembrandt. And the Night Watch, that's our centerpiece. In fact, the whole Rijksmuseum was built 150 years ago around the Night Watch. It's painted by Rembrandt. And I'm the accessibility manager of the Rijksmuseum. And I started 7.5 years ago at the education department. In a lot of museums it works like that. So I started with programming like tours for blind people, in sign language, evenings for people who are sensory sensitive. But because accessibility is so much more than programming, a few years ago I was promoted as to a place right under the directors as a staff job. So from this position, what you can see in the schedule, in the organigram, I can work with all the departments and work on embedding accessibility in every department. And to show you how this works, I want to show you an impact model. It's called a theory of change. And this is how we work. At the top, you see the impact claim. That's where this is our dream. People with disabilities participate in the museum. And on the bottom, you see the different departments of our museum. And they do activities, and the activities have effects and indirect effects, and that leads to the impact claim. So just to give a few examples, the facility department works on an accessible building. So the effect is that visitors and employees can have access to the building and their workplaces. The education department works on accessible programming so that people can join the programs. And safety and service and safety, we work on social accessibility so that everybody feels welcome. And this all leads to the effect that the museum is accessible so that more people with disabilities can visit and work in a museum. And the indirect effects are that people with disabilities experience that they are not the only ones, and people with disabilities feel acknowledged, and people are aware of the human diversity. And that leads all to the impact claim. And,
may I
interrupt, of course?
Interrupt or add? I think those two slides for me were really crucial when we talked before our conversation here, because in my experience, if you ask someone in your museum, where is the inclusion and accessibility department, or who is responsible in your museum for that topic, it's mainly in the educational department, one person, which is overwhelming for that one person. Here we have an example where it is we call it Stabsstelle. So really in the diagram, a department that is responsible for accessibility in all other departments. I think this is extremely clever, extremely innovative. I only know maybe a handful of museums in Austria that have this kind. And the other one, the theory of change, is a very strategic approach, which again means accessibility and inclusion is not parked in one department and in one area, and everything else, everyone else in the museum knows nothing about what it means to be inclusive. But here it is a very strategic and holistic approach, which I really like and appreciate. It's very cool.
Thank you. Yeah, and maybe it's nice to say, because since we are a museum, I think we have a very important role in showing people with a disability in our collection, so in the art and the history. Because a diverse audience, they want to see their own history. So we have in our curator department one curator who is responsible for this. So she investigates the whole collection on people with a disability, what is made by, what is about people with a disability, in order to work on representation. So I would like to give an example. This is an artwork of Martin Rijkaard. He was a 17th century painter. This is a self-portrait. And he shows himself, he's sitting there very calm in his chair, and he has one arm on an armrest. And under the picture, it says in Latin, anonymous pictor, which means one-handed painter. So because he had only one hand, and people found him different because of that reason, but he found himself perfectly normal, and that already shows the old-aged stigma of difference. But actually, he used it as a nickname for self-promotion. And I think we should show these things in terms of representational accessibility, because we are a museum of art, history, and people, all people.
Or should come to an end. Also, a few remarks on that approach, which is about a different kind of storytelling of your collection. And I also think this is extremely unique. I only know one other example worldwide, which is the Museum of Modern Art that does that kind of storytelling about paintings in their collection. Normally we have like inclusive education there is a tour by in sign language or a tour with tactile objects, but this is really again a very inclusive approach to what art is, and that the topic of inclusion in art goes back centuries, and that's a wonderful story.
Thank you. I wrote it, by the way, I wrote a book a few years ago, and you can download it for free on our website or buy it for 15 euros. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming and listening. And please come up to us if you have more questions.
Good afternoon from the Zero Project Conference 2025. It's a conference on inclusive employment and ICT. And I would like to welcome you to a fireside chat with Celine from Special Olympics. I'm very happy that you could come. And we will talk about AI and the role it plays in inclusive education. And so Celine, thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Can you share what inspired you to focus on promoting inclusive education for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and how your journey started to work at Special Olympics?
Sure. Thanks again for having me. These past 2 days have been so inspiring. So prior to joining Special Olympics, I led Teach for Lebanon, and through that experience, I realized how quality education is not always a privilege for all kids, especially with kids with intellectual disability. And I think what brings me to Special Olympics is that opportunity to be working within an organization that is working across the globe to support people with intellectual and developmental disabilities through sports, health, education, as well as youth leadership. And it allows us a space to connect practice with research and policy. So I feel it's a personal deep commitment with also an understanding about the power of the collective as a global community to make effective change in this space.
AI is often seen as a tool that can revolutionize education. So from your perspective, what would you say, how can we leverage a new, relatively new technology for the inclusive learning experience for children with ITD?
Sure. Artificial intelligence has been quite controversial. I feel people within the education ecosystem are now thinking how much this can be as a positive driving force for inclusive education versus this being something that might maybe also threaten the teacher profession in general. To me, I believe we have a golden opportunity through artificial intelligence to bring back education to the real focus, which is human connection. I think what we are fearing today from artificial intelligence on the fact that we're shifting back to screens, we're shifting back to robots and intelligence that is not controlled by human, is something that we should be thinking about it differently. I believe that artificial intelligence can allow teachers to have more time by removing repetitive tasks that usually teachers are focused on, by allowing kids with intellectual disability to have personalized learning lessons, offering different tools for accessibility. I feel if we look at artificial intelligence as a force for good, we can start to think as a collective, what can we do to make sure this shift in the education sector enables a more inclusive learning space faster. And I think that's the power of artificial intelligence. It can help us get to where we want to go much faster.
You mentioned the importance of embedding inclusivity into the tech development. So what specific tech steps should tech companies take to ensure that AI and other educational technologies are developed?
Nothing about us without us. I believe all tech companies should make sure that people with lived experiences with intellectual and developmental disabilities and all types of disabilities be at the core inception design stages within any new tool that is being produced. They should be testing it out. They should be the ones saying whether it works or it doesn't work for them. And I think the main driver for any new innovation should not only focus on the financial gains, but more on the impact and scalability of the tool to reach the wider audience. And I think that should be something that all tech companies should keep in mind. How do we make sure we provide innovations that are, as you were also looking at, that are scalable, that are impactful, but that can also reach all people across the world, and make sure we don't create more barriers through our innovation, but rather dismantle these barriers.
So far, we have been talking about the role of students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Let's a little focus on the teacher. So teacher training is definitely another critical component for creating an inclusive school environment. So what do you see as key elements in teacher training that enable educators to build more inclusive and supportive environments?
Sure. For me, definitely the technology skills is one thing that teachers need to be basically trained on. But the more important element is how do we train our teachers to have inclusive mindsets and behaviors. I feel, and the Global Center for Special Olympics have worked with the Harvard EASL Lab to put together a framework to teach inclusion. This is a framework that simplifies how do we teach inclusion, and I feel that every single teacher across the world needs to be trained on how they can play a role in being the includers in a school setting, learning about how they can promote empathy and perspective taking, how do they teach their students about universal dignity, but more importantly, how do we create a space within the school that pushes our students to take courageous actions when others are being excluded, whether with or without disability.
Thank you. The Special Olympics has developed a model called Unified Champion Schools, which leverages sports and youth leadership for inclusion. Could you explain how USC contributes to inclusive education?
Sure. So the Unified Champion Schools model started back in 2008. The model is very simple. When we teach kids to play together, they can learn and thrive together. So the model focuses on bringing kids with and without disability to play sports in the playing field together, to learn leadership skills together, but also have a whole school engagements where educators, where parents are also celebrating this inclusion, celebration, this sports activities. And the Unified Sports model, I feel in 2019, after the World Games in Abu Dhabi, there was a inflicting point, if you want to say, that helped scale this model globally through the support of the United Arab Emirates as well as other funders within Special Olympics. So this model is helping make sure we are focused on socially included humans within any ecosystem of a school. And at this stage, what the Global Center as well as the Education Department at Special Olympics is now working on understanding how do we take this successful model that is evidence-based, that has been proven to reduce stigma, to reduce bullying, to create even more positive academic results within a school setting for kids, both kids with and without disability, and also integrate into it the technology as well as the training for teachers that will enable a shift as well into the in-classroom inclusivity, not just in the field.
The Special Olympics is a fantastic private initiative. Let's talk a little bit about what roles governments or regulators should play, and also when it comes to funding, if there is alternative resources. So what role do governments and international organizations play in advancing inclusive education, and what more needs to be done in terms of coordination and funding?
I think the word is a sense of urgency. I feel that governments across the world, yes, we can see, and the Special Olympics Global Center releases every year a global state of inclusion report that mainly summarizes like best practices within the globe and countries that are basically proven to have solutions that are working and the progress that is being made. But I feel we are lacking a sense of urgency and a lack of collaboration. We need governments to be stepping into making the investments needed, not just for inclusive education and teacher training, but also to change the policies to make sure that we are having inclusive policies that enable, as we move forward with technology now with artificial intelligence, that it is inclusion is a part of it, that is a mandatory part of it, and that's where governments funding and actually Special Olympics International has a global coalition focused on engaging governments and calling on at least a commitment to 3% of the education budgets globally towards inclusive education, and I think that's the bare minimum that should be going into this space.
Thank you. Let's take a little look in the future. So what's your vision on inclusive education, both within Special Olympics and beyond, politically as it relates to the role of technology like AI?
Sure. So as I mentioned, the Global Center for Inclusion in Education is based in Abu Dhabi, so we will continue our work from Abu Dhabi to the world to help scale the Unified Champion School. So a big focus will continue to scale our inclusive model that is proven to work. The second component of our work will focus heavily on research. We are releasing a research agenda the upcoming month in parallel with the Global Disability Summit in Berlin, hoping that this research agenda will be a call to action for research institutions, for governments, for university professors to help us generate more data that help us also innovate, help us drive solutions that are evidence-based in the education and inclusive education space. The third element, besides the practice and scaling Unified Champion Schools, besides the research, we will continue also to advocate towards more inclusive practices, as well as to focus on the teacher training component. So we will be focused on creating a platform for training teachers on inclusive education. We have micro-credentials that are in the work for social inclusion, and that will continue to be, we will continue to work closely with the UAE, our UAE partners, to hopefully have also a symposium for inclusive education in September 2025. And we're hoping to see many of those that are attending here presenting and showcasing their findings at this symposium.
Very good. So finally, what message you would like to leave with the audience of the Zero Project Conference here, and also to governments and especially those who are passionate about advancing inclusive education?
The message is simple. Let's stay positive in the power of artificial intelligence and how we can move things. Let's look at things from a positive perspective, and let's look at what can we do as a collective. And I think such spaces like this one are ideal for us to come together as a collective and think about collective solutions. And the second call to action is don't wait. There is no picture perfect of inclusion in education. It starts with small changes. It starts with every teacher taking more interest in upskilling their own understanding of inclusive education, doing more training. So I feel it's all about us taking the decision to be more includer. Also for the researchers, focusing more on inclusive research. And for people with intellectual disability, I also call them to continue the fight and calling for more inclusive world. I know that it's everyone's responsibility, but there's no one better to calling and advocating for the rights of people with IDD than our athletes and people who would live the experiences themselves.
Celine, thank you so much. We have a little time left, so I'll give you 30 seconds of promotion for the September event. Please tell us a little bit more about it.
Thank you. This is great. So, as I mentioned, part of the Special Olympics Global Center for Inclusion in Education was established in 2019 following the Special Olympics World Games that took place in Abu Dhabi. We are on a mission to connect practice with policy and research. And the way we do that is we help scale our Unified Champion Schools model. We work on generating evidence-based research that help inform our focus and impact towards policies. And part of this thought leadership work includes both convenings in the UAE and outside the UAE, as well as publications. Part of our convening strategy, we will be having 2 convenings, one in Berlin, upcoming in April, where we will be, as I mentioned, launching our research agenda. This research agenda will include basically a research agenda on how to include. It will include 7 themes that our research collaborative members, and we actually have here at the Zero Project, Dr. Chrissy Pattern from NYU, who is a co-chair of the research agenda, was the fruit of 2 years in-person in-person and virtual collaboration between 30 scholars across the world who have identified things that we need to investigate, to research, actually identified the gaps in research that we need to be investing more in. So this will be the release in April, and then we will have a symposium in September in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, where we will be basically calling on researchers to showcase their research relevant to inclusive education. So yeah.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And with this great message, we want to leave you. We had Celine here from Special Olympics. She's based in Abu Dhabi. We are broadcasting here from the Zero Project Conference 2025 on inclusive employment and ICT. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Wilfred.
I'll start again. Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project, and I'm honored to be here today with Valerie Michaelis of the Enterprise Training Center here in Austria, and on my right, Nick Gross of ASFINAG, which is actually one of Valerie's project partners. Today, we'll be chatting about Inclusive IT, an innovative training program to recruit new IT professionals. So, to kick off, Valerie, how does your program promote diversity and inclusion in the IT sector?
Well, good afternoon, Tom, and thank you very much for having us. It's a great honor to be here, especially talking about deployment and ICT. And, well, before I jump into answering your question, let me give a short context from where we are coming from. So, as you said before, I'm working for ETC, an enterprise training center, and we are specialized in the field of IT trainings. So, we provide trainings for IT professionals, but also for IT fundamental trainings. And that's what we have been doing for the last 25 years for our core business. But on the other hand, there's also talent services that we are working on. It's a new area we are working on. It's a job profile-based training program, also in the sense of recruit, train, and deploy. And that's exactly what we're doing in the project Inclusive IT, which is a dual IT training program for people with disabilities to support them or with the overall primary target to enter the IT job market at the end of the program. Yes.
Right. Thanks so much. So to go on, how do you see what you're doing as addressing unemployment and IT skill shortages?
Mm-hmm. Well, let me say something. Talking about diversity and inclusion, we all know it's important and it's beneficial for all participating parties, but it's still necessary to emphasize the beauty in it. So diverse teams or people with different backgrounds that bring unique experiences, viewpoints, different solution solving approaches, and diverse teams, which is also proven, they are better equipped to actually meet those challenges. So also thinking about, you know, the rapid transformation of our environment, the labor market, our personal surroundings, and so on, which is significantly driven by digitalization. It's more important to talk about inclusion and diversity. It's nothing we want to avoid. It's just something we want to focus on because there is a beauty and it's beneficial for all of the participating parties.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm now going to talk and turn to Nick and say, Nick, you're part of the current program, if I remember rightly. What's your motivation behind it?
First, also thank you very much for this invitation, Tom. It is very important for me to speak about this theme because it's very hard for me still to say in 2025 to still talk about inclusion. Everybody has the same chances today, the same abilities to do a job, especially in our company. We have so many different job titles, so that it is very important for me to get to work with Valerie, so that we can find new talents for us and that we can bring people to the job. That's it. That's my motivation. Everybody who wants a job has to get a job.
Oh, don't worry. Thank you very much indeed. So that's the kind of basic, I won't say out of the way, but now we have the basic kind of foundation of everything. What I'd be really interested in, Valerie, to start with, which is how do you find partners? What is the criterion, or indeed, what are the criteria for becoming a partner, and what does a partner have to contribute to the whole process?
Well, generally speaking, the entire program is publicly funded, which is beneficial. So for the participants themselves, they don't have to pay anything, and for the companies providing the IT internship, it's only a minor one-time fee to participate. So coming back to your question, how is the recruiting process of the companies as well as of the people who want to join the program? Well, of course, there needs to be a certain kind, they need to meet prerequisites for the company itself. So let's put it like being open-minded and having providing the environment for people with different disabilities to join the program, and also the IT internship. And for the people themselves, as mentioned before, they have to, for example, meet certain German language skills. They have to have deep interest in IT. They have to go through interviews and job profile screening process, as well as a general digital knowledge exam, just to better understand where to start the educational program, the vocational training, and also to be prepared whatever may come next.
Right. Thanks so much. So one of the questions I wanted to ask is just how big are your partners? Do they vary in size from the small 2-3 people right the way through to the big ones?
It's really different. It's not 5 people companies. It's more like ASFINAG is a very big company, so it's really different. Different partners coming from different industries, providing also different surroundings. Yes, it's just important, or it's not just important, but it's important that they're able to provide the IT internship, so that the people who are participating gain practical experience at the end of the day. Because at ETC, we are the training provider. We are providing the theoretical background, also a coached learning environment, hybrid learning sessions, so it's classroom learning, it's on-site learning or online learning. But it also needs, as the dual vocational system means, the practical experience, and that's what the participants, participating companies provide at the end of the day.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to turn, Nick, to you. As you can hear, I'm a Brit. I don't know about ASFINAG, so I have no concept about your size, the kind of people you were looking for, and the kind of skills. So do you think you could tell me and our audience so that we're able to put things into context a bit more?
ASFINAG is a public company owned by the state of Austria. It's for the railways on the street. We do the enforcement, we do the buildings, we build new streets, and we have about 3,000 employees, different kinds of departments like IT departments, also the enforcement department, video department, and so on. At the moment, we are looking for people who work with IT. It's very important for us to gain people and to interest and to motivate the people to get them into jobs. That's my main goal, to help people to get a job and be part of our great company.
May I add from this side, because it's
Absolutely.
also, especially in Austria, but I think it's a world issue, there is a significant shortage of IT professionals on the market, and the market is changing, as mentioned before. That's why it's so important for all of us, being an employer, being an employee, that you have a certain kind of digital skill set. And inclusive IT provides a solution for this shortage of IT professional, but it's also an approach to improve the employment rate among people with disabilities. And it's, I know I say it again, but I think it's really important to emphasize that it's beneficial for all people and parties included.
Great, thanks so much. I've got a couple of questions here. They're kind of discontinuous, but the first question is, Enterprise Training Centre, based here in Austria, in Vienna?
Yes, it's based in Vienna, but there are subsidiaries in other parts of Austria as well. And since we are providing trainings, hybrid training concepts,
yes,
it doesn't matter if you're in Vienna or if you're in Vorarlberg, you can join anywhere.
Right. But am I right in believing that you also have relationships with international tech companies? Could you tell us a little bit about that and how you went about creating those relationships?
Yeah, of course. I would say one of our most important relationship or partner certainly is Microsoft. We are providing trainings for their technologies, for their services. And one of the top profile-based trainings is part of the Inclusive IT program as well. So it enables all participants to work with the different kind of services or service providers. But it's not only Microsoft, it's other players as well, like Red Hat or Cisco or any other provider. Yes. So since the company has been on the market for more than 25 years, there is a strong network and experience back then.
And I presume the experience is shared across the partners.
Yes,
and that must be a really very important part.
Of course, it's also about continuous learning, also from each other, especially in the program, but also within the network. There's an international network that we are part of, so meeting on a regular basis to learn from different initiatives, different target groups, and so on, to get a better understanding, okay, what are the trends, where should we look forward to, where should we, or what should we do, and so on. So, yeah, it's continuous learning on many, many levels.
Yeah, I can imagine. Otherwise, you can't keep up with things, and there's no degree of success. A couple of questions to finish off with, which is, do you cater for all ages? And Nick, were you looking for people across the age spectrum?
We're looking for all ages and all genders.
Same, all target groups. It doesn't matter if they're from which educational background they come. It doesn't matter.
Oh, great, excellent. And then one other question that I was wondering about is just how do you do this? Do the interns and trainees go off to the individual companies, or might they do their training from home, or is it a hybrid?
No, it's a hybrid training concept. So it's both, it's classroom training as well as online training or video-based trainings, and also going to the company to gain this practical experience. Yeah. It depends on the organizational commitment or how they actually provide the working area. But basically, it's also important to go there to gain the experience they need to better understand how the company works, what's the specific work field you're working in, and so on. Yes. So I would say it's a hybrid vision.
Great. Yes, because I'm from having worked in offices throughout my life, just the experience of being in an office is so important. Okay, we've got 1 minute, 16 seconds. So I'm going to go straight over to Nick and say, Nick, can you give us 2 things that you would like the audience to take away with them?
Yes, Tom, I have. The most important thing is everybody who wants a job has to get a job. And the second thing is motivation. Motivation for all the people out there who want to be part of us.
Thank you very much. And Valerie, the same for you.
I think it's a call for action. Don't be afraid, which is available for both target groups, so for both participants, the companies and the people themselves. Don't be afraid to jump into the IT job market. Don't be afraid to learn something new and to accept challenges.
Great. Thank you very much. And can we go on to any website to look at your website? Is it www.etc.at?
Yes, exactly.
There you go. Yeah. I would recommend you to go and have a look at the website. Valerie, thank you. Nick,
Thank
you. It sounds as if you're running something absolutely superb. And goodbye from me from Vienna.
Thank
Zehn Sekunden. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the United Nations office at Vienna. Day one, the room in the building is buzzing. We have over 1,500 participants from 91 countries, and I'm very excited for this next fireside chat. My name is Robin Weiss, and as the Director of International Affairs at the Zero Project, I am very pleased that we are able to touch upon a really, really interesting topic today, specifically the economic cost of language disorders in Saudi Arabia. And we have some fantastic speakers. I would like to dive in immediately and give them the stage. So, Salam alaikum, Mr. Al-Manari. It's a pleasure to have you with us online. And before you started, I'd want to outline a staggering figure that you shared with us from the recent study by the Fazea Initiative that estimates that, and I quote here, the lifetime economic burden of language disorders in Saudi Arabia totals 190 billion rials. And now if we consider that language disorders are some of the most common neurodevelopmental disabilities, this becomes a problem on several fronts. So my question is, Mr. Al-Nemari, as the founder and CEO of YNMO, how are you combating this challenge?
First of all, thank you for having us today. It's an honor. But before I start, I want to share that also I'm joined here by my colleague, Dr. Roa Sleiman. And myself and Dr. Roa, we have prepared a presentation to show you or to tell you a bit about the study, as well as answer this question throughout the presentation. So Robin, I just want to make sure, is it okay to do it that way? To present something and then we take more questions from you and maybe the rest of the people?
Absolutely. If you could dive in directly and let us know how YNMO is combating that. And as you mentioned, we're also very fortunate to have Rua Al-Saluman, the assistant professor at YNMO with us. So both Fahad and Rua, the virtual stage is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. First, it's a privilege really to be here today to discuss the cost of language disorder in Saudi Arabia. But before I begin, I want really to highlight the significant efforts Saudi Arabia has made to support child development, particularly early childhood education and services for children with disability. Under Vision 2030, the government has expanded access to early childhood education, improved quality of standard, strengthening early screening and also intervention program. Also, a nationwide initiative now ensure that more children receive support that they need. Additionally, policy and services for children with disability have expanded, integrating them into school, enhancing also the quality of rehab and education services, and also helping the family of these children as well. Despite the efforts, language disorder remain a critical issue with long-term consequences on education, employment, and social participation. And today, Dr. Roa and I will discuss the study that we conducted as a part of a social initiative. You mentioned Robin in the introduction, which is Fasih Initiative. Fasih Initiative is a social initiative that aims to provide early screening for language disorder. The initiative is in collaboration between us at YNMO and Al-Mahadib Social Foundation. At YNMO, we develop solution that supports children with disabilities and their family. In particular, the solution that we use in Fasih is an app where family can answer a very simple question to know whether their children have a risk of developmental language disorder. And if there is a risk, then the family get access to a virtual early intervention program. I'm not going to get into details about the solution right now. Rather, I will focus on the study very quickly. The study is also in collaboration with Dr. David Mendel, who's an expert on health economics and also a consultant at the initiative, and he's from the University of Pennsylvania. Why are we focusing on language disorder? Because it's one of the most common and least detected neurodevelopmental disability of childhood. It's about 7%. And the impact of language disorder is not only limited to the child, but also it goes beyond to his family, and also it's considered a public health issue. And about 60 to 90% of children and those who are in juvenile detention facility have language disorder, compared to about 7 to 12% in the general population. So it's a very critical issue, and it must be addressed early on in life. The cause of language disorder, it really varies from one country to country, and also I'm sure, like, you know, these costs has varied due to inflation and so many other factors. But in Australia, the annual cost per capita or per child is about it's more than $3,000, and in the United Kingdom, according to a study that was conducted in 2010, it's more than 1,000, and in the US is more than that. In Saudi Arabia, the cause of language disorder has, and even in the region, has not been investigated or examined. We try through FASIH to conduct different economic study, but to systematically estimate the cause of language disorder in Saudi Arabia was not done, you know, to our knowledge prior to the work that we will be presenting today. So the study really to estimate the cause of language disorder in Saudi Arabia, to inform policy, and also to with actionable insight, also for effective resources and allocation, to develop scalable and also effective early intervention solution.
Fahad, informed policy, that's a great segue to the question I would like to come in. With policy, what are the next steps? How are we going to move from education to employment? How are we going to be able to bridge that gap? And from what you've been able to learn with your study and your work at YNMO, what you see the potential being for policy change in the kingdom through the research data that you've been able to collect, and how will it impact the employment opportunities for persons with disabilities in Saudi Arabia? And we have 7 minutes left. I just, as a good moderator, I need to be mindful of our time. So I'd love to get the employment component from you.
Sure, and thank you for communicating this to us, and excuse us for the misunderstanding of how this is going to look like. But the employment was one key of the thing that we have examined in this study. And Dr. Roy, if you want to shed some light about the employment in particular, how early intervention help these children.
Sure, and then I think the answer, so this is a good location to point out the answer. So basically we, as part of our methodology, we compared 3 different cases. In the first case, this is the case where the child would receive no intervention whatsoever. And then the 2 and 3, in the second case, the child would receive an intervention, but it will be a late intervention. And in the third case, the child will receive early intervention. And one of the advantages of that is that the child who received early intervention, if we look in the future, then this child will have a way higher opportunity to get employed and to even to jump in terms of how much they earn from the 5th percentile in their salaries to up to the 70th percentile. So even these are the major model assumptions. And in those assumptions, if you look at the second row, you can see that in some cases, we take the individual from the 5th percentile to the 75th percentile. That's when the child received early intervention. While if the child received late intervention, then chances are he or she will only move from the 5th percentile to the 40th percentile. So we took employment into consideration as part of the major model assumptions. We also took things like employment of the mother. So if you look at the last column of the first row, we took into consideration a negative 48% reduction in mother's income because of taking care of that child. And then this slide here, we show that, okay, what are the lifetime costs per capita in the 3 cases that I just mentioned? So in the first one, yeah.
No, thank you, Dr. Ra. If you allow me just to add that, Robin, very briefly, if providing scalable early intervention program will help these children, will increase the integration of these children in school, also increase their success and academic success, because there are some studies suggest that not providing early intervention to these children actually increase the likelihood of them dropping out from school. And if you drop out from school, then also your chances of getting job opportunity shrink. So providing early intervention is a key, not only to succeed in school, but also even to get a job and also to succeed at a job. And as Dr. Ra was saying, like we're not only we did not only assess whether you get a job or not, but we also went further, where we also assess the an incremental increase of the salary that you're making. So
Fahad, if I may jump in, with my eagle eyes, I spotted in the very bottom right the words ROI, return on investment. We have a lot of businesses here on the ground at the Zero Project Conference 2025. Yes. I would be interested, can you relay to us in the last 3 minutes of our fireside chat, what is the business case to be made here? What is the ROI on this early intervention that you've shared with us?
Sure. Go ahead, Victoria.
Okay, yeah, so if we provide early intervention, then for every real spent, then the return of investment will be 8 real, and that's good. And then even if you look at the late intervention, we still have 2.69, but that's as we can see, like that's less than what we get in the early intervention. And of course, obviously, when we do not intervene at all, there is no return of investment. And we can have a look at the first row also, where the cost itself, the lifetime cost per capita in the no intervention cost is 1.8 million compared to the cost in the later intervention and early intervention. So yeah, and even if you look at this ROI that we got, we were honestly very conservative in getting this number, because there were so many costs that we did not include, and then also benefits that we did not include. So for example, we excluded caregiver burdens, we excluded the broader impact on mental health, and also cost of any costs related to incarceration. And in addition to that, our data, we are definitely interested in improving it, because we don't have any regional data on the prevalence of language disorders here in Saudi Arabia. So we assume that if we improve that model, the ROI might even be a lot more than that.
Wonderful, and I'd love to take the opportunity to recap again for our audience what we were able to hear in today's fireside chat.
I was going to add something, Robin, if you like.
Please do.
Very quickly. Okay. So early intervention is not a rocket science. It's a very simple, and it can be done in the community. And this is what we're trying to convey through this study. And not providing early intervention is a far more expensive than providing it.
Absolutely.
And investment is not a choice, it's a must. And it's and in addition to its societal, social impact, also financially, the return are very, very, very great and worth doing.
Absolutely. So we've seen a pilot project run through an accessible app that has shown to us that in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, an 8-fold return if we do early intervention for language disorders. Thank you, Fahad, for giving us also an overview over the economic costs and also the solutions to this challenge. And we hope that this scales. And maybe you can leave our audience with an information on where they can find you and where they can find YNMO, maybe the website, maybe your LinkedIn. So any last shout outs you want to put in less than 28 seconds? Go for it, Fahad.
Sure. You may contact me at Dr. Ra on LinkedIn. We're both on LinkedIn. And also, if you want to know more about the study, and also you can also visit us at YNMO data.com, and we'll be happy to we look forward really to hearing from you.
Wonderful. That is ynmo.com. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy day one.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the launch of Everyone Wins a Balloon. It's just a pity that we don't have champagne. I asked, but somehow it just didn't happen. But we do have some real, genuine hard copies, because I'm increasingly of a mind that people do read hard copies. And of course, we have balloons, albeit sort of paperish. And on the back is where you can just instantly access it online if you're not lucky enough to be in the room where we're spreading out the hard copy. I'm going to start with just very quick introductions, and then I want to tell you why, as the person who wrote this and feels like she has spent a lifetime drafting this, it is so exciting to actually get it to the point where I'm not allowed to change anything ever again. So I'm Susan Scott Parker from Scott Parker International, and on my right I have...
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Owen, the co-managing director of Purple Space. Purple Space is the world's only disability network of networks, operating in 60 countries to help organisations through the power of their disability networks to build disability confidence from the inside out.
That's Purple Space.
Hi, I'm Nasser Siabi. I'm the chief executive of Microlink, and Microlink is a company that provides reasonable accommodation, reasonable adjustment program for many multinational companies across the world.
And so Everyone Wins a Balloon is my attempt to capture the business and ethical rationale for providing every employee with the tools, flexibility, and expertise and accessibility that they need in order to do their job well and thrive at work. It seems a little odd to me that I have to write a whole range of different approaches and arguments to demonstrate that treating people fairly by giving them the tools they need because they have a disability and/or health condition enhances productivity, employee engagement, reduces health and safety risks, reduces all kinds of risks. But we do, because what we do know is we look at what's going on now across the global business community, the public sector, large organizations everywhere. There's still a fundamental mismatch between the aspiration to actually enable productivity and inclusion across the workforce. It doesn't work when it comes to that moment when an employee with a disability or health condition says, actually, I need you to do something different. I need a new piece of kit. I need something done differently if I'm going to do really well here. And so what I've done is to try to frame out a new way of looking at it, where we're talking about adjustment management rather than leaving employees with disabilities at the mercy, if you like, of an ad hoc, unstructured system where even the managers can't figure out how to make it work, where it can take 18 months after you've said to your manager, those lights give me migraines, before they even begin to replace those lights. And so it's meant to be a definitive guide for disability employee network leaders as they're having conversations with senior players in the company, in the public sector organization, to say, this is how you design a system that efficiently, cost-effectively manages the process that moves from this is what I'm requesting as an adjustment to delivering that adjustment within 20 working days, not 3, 6, 12 months, 20 working days. How you then marshal the arguments around it when most of the data that would prove I'm right is hidden from both the employer because they're not tracking sickness absence, and of course they're not at all likely to ever put it out in the public domain. I want to take just a moment to thank the Government of Canada for putting out the insights they gained when they undertook detailed research asking their people what happens when you ask for an adjustment. So you'll see references to that data throughout the report because, well, if you've seen a company report on how the fact that 77% of people with visible disabilities were forced to prove they had a disability before they could even be considered as qualified to make an accommodation happen for them, well, please send it to me. I also wanted to just point out that what we're talking about here is a fundamental shift where we're saying at the moment in many companies, the focus is compliance. And yet actually what we're up against is the compliance paradox, where the more you try to comply, which means you ask and require your people to prove they're disabled enough to trigger a legal obligation to even consider, in my language, treating them properly and giving them the tools they need, the greater your legal and reputation risk, that actually the compliance culture generates risk rather than mitigates. And we're also, of course, talking about some fundamental principles in terms of how you engineer the process internally and how you actually help senior executives to understand what's really going on in the business, with the premise, of course, being that it's people with disabilities in your organization who know what's really going on, and their managers. And so while it's intended to help disability employee networks present a rational case for doing this properly, it's also, of course, meant to help senior executives to get a better sense of what a fit-for-purpose process would look like. I'm not asking for best practice. I thought just fit for purpose would be really sensible. And so there's a gap analysis which shows you on the one side what a fit-for-purpose system feels like, how people describe it, what they see, and then on the other side, quite simply, what happens when the system isn't fit for purpose. All just to simplify the process of moving from ad hoc to managed adjustments. And so, really pleased to be doing this in partnership with Purple Space, because of course it was at the global Purple Space, what did we call it, the summit, the Global Disability Employee Network Summit last year, that employees with disabilities were invited to vote on what they wanted, the 3 top things they wanted their employers to do that would enable them to really thrive at work. And of course, adjustments was right at the heart of it. Do it much better. And so, turning to you then at Purple Space, why are your members asking their employers to do so much better in how they provide adjustments? And Jean, I've done a classic. Because you're joining remotely from Prague, I didn't even ask you to introduce yourself. It's just, I'm sorry, all my fault. Jean, introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
No. Hello, very honored to be here. Although very sorry I cannot be there with you in person. Susan, Sally, Nasser. So first of all, thank you for to the unstoppable Susan Scott Parker and our incredible friends at Purple Space for inviting me to be part of this panel. Jean Ko here, non-binary, neurodivergent Filipino Chinese based in Prague with my partner and our 5 rescue cats. And yes, I won the diversity jackpot, but to be honest, I would rather I won the Euro jackpot. So I lead for the Global Business Solutions Organization within MSD, and a very proud global co-lead for the Capability Network, EBRG, together with my amazing co-lead Hillary Reagan for the past 3 years, where we were able to grow our members 500% during this period to about 5,200 members today. So I'm really looking forward to the conversation. Thank you, Susan.
And since this guide is designed precisely for someone like Jean, who's leading disability employee networks as they grow in influence, really pleased you could join us. I can't believe I didn't go to you instantly, Jean. So now I'm going to go to you.
Thanks, Susan. So a reminder, we had our global summit last year, and we brought together lots of global disability, ERG or network leaders together in a series of 12 summits, essentially asking them to vote on what were their priorities and what they wanted their business to focus on in terms of disability inclusion. And the results were really clear in terms of why we're here today, wanting an efficient and effective workplace adjustment process that would be fit for purpose for everyone to be able to access and use easily. And very much linked to this document that we're launching today, and I need to hold up the balloon if you want to download the document or if you want your hard copy, but very much linked to today as well, around listening to the lived experience directly from people with disabilities, and really to learn from that to change policies and processes in line with what we're talking about today, that actually you need to listen to genuine people that have tried the adjustment process, and if it hasn't worked, what's been the blocker and how you can then impact that. And then the third one, the third option that people voted for globally, and these were in 12 hubs, so from Nairobi, Tokyo, New York, London, Mexico City, across the globe. The third one was to focus on storytelling, to really listen to that lived experience, to normalise the conversations about disability. And for me, those three are all very much intrinsic to this volume today that you've got and the guide that you're able to access. So for me and for the organisations we work with, disability employee resource groups or networks can be critical friends to the business, can be guidance, can give that support, but they also create a safe space and a community where people can share their lived experience. But that also means they're a safe space where people can share their experience of the adjustment process. The things that perhaps haven't worked so well, they can create this safe space and then they're able to feed that information back to the business so the business can then take action. And it's really important that organisations listen to their disability networks, employee resource groups, and surface those insights so they can then learn and take that forward. So what were the networks and employee resource groups saying to us about why they decided that an effective and efficient workplace adjustment process was so important to their members and to them and to their organisation as well? So there's two elements to this. There's the impact in terms of the process, what that can do to someone's mental health. Is there a process? Is it long-winded? What's the approval process look like? Do I need to go to my line manager, or can I just do this anonymously? I perhaps don't want to have this conversation with my line manager. I don't want to have a conversation about a budget, to ask for a mouse or to ask for a keyboard. I just need a mouse or a keyboard. So there's that process piece and that policy piece internally within organisations, but there's also then the human element to this. What that does to someone's confidence from an emotional perspective. Perhaps you've been rejected for a previous adjustment or the budget wasn't there for you to be able to do that. Equally, someone that hasn't been able to secure the adjustment they need, are they able to be as productive and have the same career prospects that someone that has been able to have an adjustment or hasn't needed an adjustment? So there's two elements. There's the process and then there's the well-being piece. And for me, this links really closely to the business. The impact on the business in terms of retention, in terms of well-being, in terms of retaining talent, and in terms of cost as well. And you'll see in the report the impact of increased costs if you need to re-recruit, reduction in occupational health as well. So, and to summarise, for me, the piece around humanity and around fairness and equality is really important. Everyone turns up to work to do a good job, to be productive, to perform, to progress their career, and not everyone is given that equal opportunity.
Thank you. I like the way the storytelling and the learning directly from people with disabilities feeds into improving a workplace adjustment service, because they're the only people who know what's going on, really. And so, Nasser, Microlink has managed adjustments for what? Hundreds of thousands of employees with disabilities. I mean, I know you're working now with companies like GSK, KPMG, BAE Systems, Bank of England. And so the question I've got for you really is, why don't these companies just use doctors? Everywhere I go, people are saying, well, yes, we send them to our occupational health. We send them to a doctor. Why doesn't that seem to work for outfits like GSK, Bank of England, etc.?
Well, that's a great question. We should be asking those companies who do, partly because when they go to the doctors, they come back with a positive confirmation they have a disability. Then what? They don't know how to remove the barriers they're facing because of their disability. So that's why you need to really provide a workplace assessment to understand the barriers they're facing because of their condition. And because those barriers are far easier removed using the kind of technologies, assistive technologies, or even ergonomics equipment that enables the individual to be far more productive. And of course, well-being is quite important because it has impact on the mental health, stresses and anxieties. And on top of that, they lose their motivation, they lose their focus. So just providing a bit of kit and a bit of training, a different type of kit, different type of training, essentially removes any problems they have in being great at their work. So I'm not sure if there is any justifiable logic of asking people to prove they have a medical condition. They just simply merely have to say, I can't do my job, help me out, I can do much better in my job. And that should be a simple conversation.
Well, I think we assume, or some organizations assume, one, that making adjustments, doing things differently for someone is special treatment, not equal treatment. But the reason you're making adjustments is so that the individual can do their job on an equal basis with everyone else. But the other thing is there's some sort of an assumption that we're talking about the problem being the person's medical condition. So the example for me would be that the person has migraines. So that's their problem. Actually, the organization's problem and the lost productivity problem is that your manager refused to change the light bulb that triggers her migraines. Now, I know that sounds odd, but it happens all the time. Right, so I'm going to turn now to someone who sees this in terms of what disabled employees are really experience on a day-to-day basis. And so, Jean, this guide was written for network leaders like yourself. And I included the gap analysis and the 12 critical success factors as a kind of building tool for how you generate systems that work better. But I also put in 9 tips for employee network leaders. And I wanted to ask you which of those tips you felt were particularly important as you're setting out to influence. Usually, you know, you're working up the line, right? You're trying to influence C-suite right up there. Were any of those tips of particular use to you? And you're supposed to say yes. Yes?
Yes.
At least one.
No, I would say from my perspective as an EBRG leader, Susan, all the 9 tips are hugely important depending on where you are in your journey of creating a fit-for-purpose workplace adjustment process, right? And of course, as a valuable resource for most, if not all, EBRG leaders like myself who are working to influence our senior leaders to move from a medical model to a productivity-based model of adjustments, right? So personally, the best tip to start with would be rightfully, of course, the first tip, which is focus on how the business benefits when everyone understands that the reason for making adjustments is to enhance productivity, trust, and engagement. And of course, tip number 3, which reminds everyone rightfully that apples fall down, not up, but if it does fall down from where you sit, I want to know where you are, what you've been drinking, and whether I can order it from Amazon. So similarly to apples fall down, the compliance and distrust cultures where people needing adjustments must first prove they have a disability to generate, similar to the apples fall down, the compliance and distrust culture where people needing adjustments must first prove they have a disability, always generate greater risk than those which trust their people to self-refer and are seen to aspire to best practice. So I'll try to give a hypothetical example. I'm a Filipino Chinese working in a global company. English is not my native language, so having the Grammarly app to keep my spelling and grammar in order would be hugely beneficial for me. Now, if I request Grammarly, I would not have to take a genealogical or autosomal test to prove that I'm Filipino Chinese and therefore would be more productive with Grammarly. But now take me as a person with ADHD, requiring Copilot to be more efficient. Why do I now need a medical documentation to prove that I will be more productive with that? So as a whole, people with disabilities or the neurodivergence, I add neurodivergence because while some do not identify as disabled, for those who do, like myself, we acknowledge that many of our neurodivergent symptoms are disabling. So people with disabilities and neurodivergence are treated as a separate class of diversity because of the medical model our societies and governments and companies still subscribe to. So when people need to first prove their disability is already problematic, primarily because we know that many people do not feel safe to do that. And proof of that is that we are here in this conference today, launching Everybody Wins a Balloon, so we can enable greater inclusion in the corporate landscape and in the wider world, right? So I hear it all the time, also from my peers in other companies. Our leaders, while many are well-intentioned, they lack education. So people needing to prove their disability first is risky. You just imagine how much productivity is lost because people don't ask for what they need. And the 5th and 6th tips regarding the data you don't have can be more revealing than what you do have, and that productivity is a practical business imperative, not an ambiguous inclusion aspiration, are also great to use as discussion points with leaders. And of course, tip number 9, benchmarking at national level using the ILO GBDN self-assessment to drive continuous improvement is always good to understand what others are doing, right? And why, and to learn from each other, even if it's only to learn that, oh, that's not the way I want to go. So myself and Hillary, we will certainly be sharing this playbook with our senior leaders, our friends managing our accommodations process currently within the company, with the Vice President of our Global Workplace Enterprise Services, our GDNI COE, our CHRO, who is a huge advocate and ally of the Capability Network. So definitely this playbook is tip-top. Back to you, Susan. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I do love this story you're telling about how you can get Grammarly like that, because everybody would say, well, you've got English as a second language. But if you wanted a similar tool because you've got ADHD, you have to go to a doctor. And the doctor hasn't even heard of this tool, because, of course, doctors don't understand the kind of assistive technology because they have medical skills. And assistive technology is not a medical treatment. It is a solution that enhances job performance. Magic. Well, I wanted to come back, too, on the trust thing. I mean, you're familiar with companies like GSK that have been setting a standard in terms of proving that you can trust your people and the company doesn't go bankrupt. Can you say a bit more about that?
Yeah, and it really links really well to Jean's point about proving before you ask for that adjustment. So imagine you needed to do that every time you applied for a promotion and every time you need to go through that process. Whereas actually, in reality, if you think about trust, how many people in reality are going to ask for a left-handed mouse? Not many people are going to put that request in, except people that need a left-handed mouse. So for me, the trust and allowing people to ask for whatever adjustment they need without the need to go through an application process or to prove their diagnosis. I'm telling you as an employee, and I'm a valued employee that wants to do well, that wants to be productive, would you be able to help me with this assistive technology? I will be more productive and I will do more work for you. To me, it makes complete business sense. But more importantly, from a human perspective, every time I change job role or move office, I don't need to ask that same question and prove that information over and over. You trust me as an individual to work well. This tool will help me to work well.
And I think on the trust, it's interesting that Andy Garrett, who manages the process worldwide that delivers adjustments within 20 days usually to every employee across GSK who needs it, is saying, why would I design a system for the 0.001% of my people who might abuse it? And yet how many HR directors have I heard say, oh, well, you know, we couldn't have a pre-approved catalog of kit because somebody might abuse it, as though how many people pretend they need a Braille keyboard, you know? But the point that Andy makes is you design a system for the 99% of your people who you can trust, that they're actually going to simply focus on what would make it easier for me to do my job. And so one of the big change agents here has been having pre-approved catalogs where your procurement people go through all the argy-bargy of proving that, yeah, these products are safe, we can bring them in, your IT people agree. How does that work? How many companies do you know have got these pre-approved catalogs, and how do you help them with that, Nasser?
We work with about 50, 60 large organizations currently, and the process is quite, to begin with, there is a bit of a fear that these products could potentially jeopardize their IT security. But once we talk to them, we give them information, the fears disappear overnight. So once they look at the range of products, these are productivity products as well. They're not just for disabled people. Very quickly, they onboard them, and once they license it so that it runs across the state, they can deploy that globally, much easier than having to buy individual licenses, for example, for assistive software. But more importantly, as you quite highlighted, it's much easier to mitigate the impact of disability rather than fix the condition. So when people come to you and say, we need help, They're not asking you to help them to fix their dyslexia or ADHD or, God forbid, vision loss. They just say, I need to do my work and give me some tools I can do it with. And that's the process, very simple. And these programs are few, there aren't endless number of them. And once you start using them, you find the benefits of productivity for the whole general population as well. Dragon, naturally speaking, which is being used by a lot of disabled people, is one of the most productive software used by enterprises. Same goes mind mapping program. So introduction of these programs would benefit a lot of other people, and they are benefiting a lot of people. But for us, the process of identifying barriers is much quicker, much easier, and very low cost. So it's not even worth sending someone to medical diagnosis, which costs a lot more and it takes a lot longer.
In fact, what is the average cost when you manage the end-to-end delivery process from the request to, usually people need more than one kind of adjustment, maybe a bit of KID, a bit of flexi time, a bit of this. What's the usual cost of that whole package?
If you break it down, and we're talking about a well-run, mature workplace adjustment program, there are 4 costs involved. One is the assessment to identify the barriers, what the individual requires. That would be around about $200-300, depends on how you run this. The cost of assistive software and hardware together will be less than $400. That's the average. And the cost of end-to-end management, which is very important, critical to implement the program from start to finish, coordination with all the internal stakeholders, external providers, that's around, again, $300-400. And finally, training, similar cost, $300-400. So training and coaching, including the assistive software and maybe coping strategies. These are very affordable costs that will actually be a fraction of the money you spend on not doing it. I know that you've done a report in 2016. Doing an adjustment is equivalent to reducing the absenteeism by a disabled person by 4 days. And we know from our data, somewhere like 5% of the workforce would take more than 4 weeks sick leave in a year, minimum. And we have people been out of work for nearly 3 years, requiring a tiny adjustment, but they can't because they won't make it. So just imagine the money being wasted for not doing it.
And I do think one of the reasons drafting this document was such a challenge is the data's not there. Because even inside large organizations, we find they're not tracking absenteeism, sickness absence. So they don't have a sense of how many days off that woman took because of migraines because they left the light bulb, arguing it was going to be too tricky to figure out who was supposed to put the light bulb through. But also what we find is that managers are taking decisions to deny people adjustments in such an ad hoc way that the C-suite don't know what's happening. They've no idea that people are waiting so long. They've no idea how much sickness absence is being triggered by the failure to respond quickly. And what I found fascinating was I couldn't get any calculation of how much management time was wasted whenever an employee lodged a complaint. Never mind when they actually took you to a tribunal or to court. So they're not even tracking the argy-bargy. That's the technical term in a business, right? When you've got a complaint and the managers have to respond and you have to log what happened, they don't even know. What we do know is that in the UK, a lawyer is estimating that it's costing £8,000 to £10,000 for a company to defend itself in tribunal if a disabled employee says, you took too long to make this adjustment. Whereas the adjustment would have cost $1,000 to $1,200, right? So they're spending infinitely more on managing the dysfunction than just saying, okay, we need a managed response. And the reason we don't have data is because we have an unmanaged response. So you get into a cycle where you can't justify generating a new cost center to manage it because you don't have the data that proves you have a problem because it's unmanaged. And so you get stuck. So I just got kind of tired by the stuckness. Stuckness is an important word in this analysis. I'd like to come back to you, to Jean. Jean, when you're talking to senior players, what kind of insights into your world as employees do you think are having the most impact? How do you have those conversations? How do you facilitate that learning directly from your own people now that you've got some 5,000 of your colleagues involved? How does that work? And how is it focusing on adjustments?
So thank you for the question, Susan. So I would reference what Sally said earlier. I think it's really critical for employee business resource groups to have that safe space for people to share what is working for them, what is not working. So for us, we make sure that we have this regularly. We have forums where people come and share their stories, and we send out regular surveys, and we make sure we collect the data, analyze the results of the survey, and we forward them appropriately to the proper people who would be able to look at the content and be able to act on them. Yeah, so in terms of accommodations, we were able to speak to our people to say what has been working for them, what has been not, and we have been working together with our accommodations team to improve where we can. And of course, we are our CHRO, who is a big ally for the Capability Network. We have frequent touch-ins with her, so we share where we are, and we have a big meeting, for example, with the accommodations team. We've created a team to look at what does our North Star look like for the, like you said, fit for purpose accommodations, adjustments, management process. So we are going to be doing this, and this is where the toolkit is very important, the playbook, because now it gives us a guidance how to speak to our leaders, what are the things that we need to look at, so it's really critical.
Excellent, thank you. And actually, as we're winding down now, we've only got 3 minutes left. I wanted to come back because you've mentioned your CHRO as a key ally for you, that actually human resources in most organizations, you know, we're not recommending that they take responsibility for adjustment management, because of course they need to, whoever runs your adjustment management system needs to have the authority to get your guys in technology to behave differently, to get procurement on board, to get property and facilities management lined up. What we're suggesting is the time has come to look at the role of a chief productivity officer. We do see chief productivity officers starting to emerge in some corporations. And of course, their task is efficiency, productivity, giving everybody the tools they need, surely to goodness. Giving somebody a left-handed mouse is part of their game. And I love this image of the left-handed mouse, because if you had a chief finance officer who was left-handed, as you alluded to earlier, Jean, she would just get a left-handed mouse. But if she lost her hand in a car accident, I bet you they would send her to a doctor. We could just save so much bother if you just gave her a left-handed mouse, right? And so that's the transition that we're trying to make. So I'd be very interested in feedback from our colleagues here at the Zero Project and afterwards, in terms of, I want to talk to some chief productivity officers. Are we going down the right track here? Is that where the solution is? Knowing, for example, that in GSK, the responsibility for adjustment sits in property and facilities management, because of course often it is the built environment that has to be adapted. So I'm going to quickly go around to most of my colleagues here. 30 seconds. What is the most important thing about the launch that you want to share with our audience today?
Listen to the lived experience, use that information, and use those top tips from the network to then take that to your C-suite and make changes happen.
And go straight to C-suite. That's what I'm hearing.
No. Yes, if you have a situation where almost a quarter of your workforce requires different way of working, the cost is affordable, then you should fund the program rather than do a DIY. And obviously you need expertise as well. So that's where most companies put their effort, doing it internally, trying to fix the problem which requires expertise and not funded.
And let's end with that statistic. 25% of any large workforce will have a disability and/or health condition. So should you be compelling people who don't describe themselves as having a disability, they've got a health condition, to take on the label so that you can consider even thinking about making an adjustment that would make it easier for them to do their job. That's it from us, and do celebrate the launch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, we did it.
Great job.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for everyone who's joining us here in Vienna and everyone who is joining virtually from all around the world. My name is Ravi Turgeman. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Realibilities International. Realibilities is the world's premier presenter of films focusing on disability. We use film and other forms of arts to promote disability, inclusion, and accessibility, both on and off the screen. Those of you who are not familiar with Realibilities, we host an annual film festival in 15 cities throughout North America. We have a streaming platform, an industry summit, educational programs, and workplace programs. It gives me great pleasure to welcome this afternoon Kara Yar-Khan. Kara is an international disability rights expert and public speaker who is currently advising, a senior advisor with Global Disability Innovation Hub. Kara is also a producer and the subject of the short documentary film Facing the Falls. Hi, Kara, good morning.
Good morning from New York. Delighted to be with you all.
Kara, I think that the best way to set this off is with a trailer, with a teaser. Would you like to say anything before we hit it?
Facing the Falls is a short documentary film directed by Celia Anaskovic, produced by Elizabeth Yale Marsh, and executive produced by Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton. It is an unexpected journey for anyone who has unexpectedly found themselves on the edge of a cliff. Enjoy.
Thank you. Let's roll it.
Okay, so stay where you're at.
The only place you need to get to.
I'm with you.
She shared her story just a few weeks ago before embarking on her dream adventure across the Grand Canyon. Her mission, travel the canyon as a voice for others living with a disability.
If we're ever going to see the cultural and social change that we want in the world, we need to have these beacons.
We're gonna keep moving.
She feeds off of breaking any type of stigma, whether it's related to women or disabilities, and then proving them wrong.
I unfortunately have this drive behind me to push adrenaline through my veins to keep going.
These are the steepest steps.
Oh my God. Prepare yourself. Steady.
In 89 days,
We're 53 days.
28 days to go until I and a group of wranglers, rafters, and a film crew take off on the south rim of the Grand Canyon for a 12-day expedition. We will cross it on horseback for the first 3 days and then raft along the Colorado River for 150 miles.
We are so close, Kara.
This is a very rare genetic disease. Within 10 to 15 years of its onset, it typically leads to severe incapacity. It's maybe body physically going down, and the ambition and the drive in my advocacy work goes up. Putting yourself out there, there's always a risk that people aren't going to agree with what you're doing.
Hey, we got about 30 seconds, and we're going.
I can do it. But so often we don't even try something because we're afraid.
We're getting ready to drop Kara. There she goes.
Grand Canyon doesn't allow for a set plan. It's beautiful, it's wild, a lot can go wrong.
There's a few rapids down here where no matter how good you are, that place will humble you.
You don't realize the limit of what human beings can do unless you're tested. The best way to be a beacon for my community is to have the courage to just be me.
Fabulous. I think we can give a little round of applause. So, Kara, you have an extensive background in disability diplomacy, policy, and advocacy. Yet you chose to go with the medium of film to really tell your story. You have a background with the White House, UN, and UNICEF, and TED. And what was your hope for the impact that this film will create, comparing to other more traditional advocacy channels?
There's something to be said about the power of film and telling our stories where they can be heard and visualized in the most basic way. when we talk about barriers or exclusion or disability rights, it doesn't make it real for people who don't understand what those issues might look like in the real world. And so in documenting this expedition and the plethora of barriers, it gives people an idea, an actual example to put meaning to these technical words or definition. Furthermore, it has the ability to show the nuances of human connection and the plethora of emotions that are attached to our day-to-day struggles. And I don't know that any other medium other than film can do that.
Definitely agreed. And what's beautiful about this film is that you know, you're not portrayed, it's not another mountain climbing, overcoming challenges type of film. You show your failures, your downtimes, your low times, I'm sorry, and you don't fall into this stereotypical type of portrayal. It's really human and authentic.
Thank you. It's so important, I think, to show how many people, including myself as someone who has a disability later in life. I wasn't diagnosed till the age of 30. I'm 48 now and only using a wheelchair 5 years. How I have unlearned ableism. I've unlearned the stereotypes and biases, conscious and unconscious, that were taught to me from childhood and perpetuated throughout school, through my family. And I think that's important. It allows us to hold space and grace with ourselves as well as for allies. Because if we really want to see significant change in our movement, we need large number of allies to come along with us in our advocacy work.
And in previous interviews, you've actually spoken about the fact that throughout your childhood, you were missing, there is a lack of role models like yourself on screen. How do you hope that Facing the Falls will help fill this gap, this void?
I hope that for people now, as well as for future generations, one, it's if you can see it, you can believe it for yourself. So often an adventure film, and this is definitely an adventure film, we see white male protagonists who don't have disabilities. No one would ever imagine to see a biracial South Asian woman who's also disabled be the lead in an adventure film. So immediately it's going to give people something to think about. Furthermore, it helps those who don't have disabilities have insight of disability being that universal human experience, and that they too themselves could potentially at some point in their lives experience disability. So I hope that it not only shows particularly young people with disabilities that they will make mistakes, that the only failure is not trying at all, that having courage really means finding that balance between fear and courage, but also that this is a constant learning journey. And for our allies, a way to connect and maybe even see themselves or understand that that could be them too one day.
And so far, how was the response? What type of impact have you witnessed so far? And also the people who are watching us right now and participating in this conference, how they can leverage this type of film and film in general to advance their mission and their work?
So first, in terms of impact or response, we've seen the full gamma of it, of people who are crying and want to give me a hug or the team a hug, a plethora of messages of support. And then we've seen other people, interestingly, even within the disability community, who have issue with some of the themes in the film. I think it's very important that we welcome everybody's opinion, because the point of film is to offer a space to have courageous conversations and disruptive dialogues. And in terms of what this film, Facing the Falls, or all of the films that Real Abilities features in their film festivals and their programming throughout the year, I would really invite people to not only watch Facing the Falls, which is available on YouTube for free in multiple accessible formats, but to go to Real Abilities' website and look at, these are world-class films. Check them out, look at the programming, see how your organization or even you as an individual can participate and get involved, and spread the word. Our community is stronger when we support each other and we speak out particularly about the great work that we're doing.
Thank you so much. Is there any reaction, anything that you completely did not expect coming into this that has happened after you released the film to the world?
You know, that could probably be a book unto itself or another film entirely. I would say, first and foremost, I never imagined that it would take 10 years to make this film. I never imagined that it would be so expensive. I never imagined that we would face so much rejection. You know, you think this is a good advocacy story project that wants to make a positive contribution in the world. It speaks to the resilience and tenacity that we as disabled people have anyway in our lives, but really forced me to rise to the occasion and constantly be drawn back to the community who helped make this film, everyone who donated, everyone who said yes. And so they were my driving force to keep going and to make sure that this film became a reality.
And what is next for you? Do you plan a sequel for Facing the Falls?
I hope so, but honestly, when it comes to the expedition I'd like to do in the Grand Canyon next, which is the entire river, 277 miles, we only did half of it, I'd like to go without cameras and maybe just have that moment for myself. But I do think that just from my lived experience, but also the incredible advocates I'm meeting around the world, shining a spotlight on them and their work through film would be something I would definitely be interested in supporting.
Fantastic. I would like just to remind everyone once again, the film is available on YouTube for free with multiple accessibility accommodations. How can people find it? Just, do you have a website?
So facingthefalls.com, you can find the film and learn about the crew and the team who made this. Everyone was a woman, person with a disability and or a minority. We were very intentional about who was involved in front of and behind the camera. But there on the website, you'll find the link to YouTube, facingthefalls.com.
Fantastic. I will just add that Real Abilities, as you've mentioned, we have year-round programs and we really meet people where they are with our programs. We take the films into the classrooms, into the workplace, and we films just like Facing the Falls, and specifically Facing the Falls, we use this as a tool to, create a real cultural change. Earlier today, I spoke with Chris Patno of Google about using creative storytelling to really make an impact in the work that all of us do. Any insights on this type of impact that you've witnessed with the film?
I think what's interesting is that people will think, a disability film, and it's pigeonholed there, and they don't realize how it would potentially relate to their work or their organization. And having the opportunity to open their eyes to the possibilities of the themes that can be discussed, whether it's leadership, teamwork, resilience, adaptive adventures, it just takes a moment. So I'd encourage people to be open-minded. I can't wait to think about how maybe with our organization, Global Disability Innovation Hub, and shout out to Ian, our wonderful CEO, who's in Vienna. I hope you all get to meet him. But for example, how might we see partnerships with the University College London, where GDI Hub is based, and films like mine and others that Real Abilities have. So that's great news about Google. I can't wait to see where that goes.
Thank you so much. Next month, we are going to launch our 17th edition of the flagship festival in New York. We have an incredible lineup of films coming up, and we hope that people will join us also for the Industry Summit, where we really dive deeper into topics of disability inclusion and accessibility, both in film and performing arts industry. This industry summit is actually available virtually, globally, so please tune in, realabilities.org/New York or /summit, depending on what you're interested in. Without further ado, Cara, words of conclusions?
Don't miss a Real Abilities event. I was at the opening of the festival last year. I'll be at the closing this year. it completely just blows your mind. It really is one of the best experiences I've ever had. So I personally invite all of you to get involved, and thank you for your support. Have a great time in Vienna. I'm sorry I can't be there with you.
Thank you, Cara. Thank you, everyone.
So, hello everybody. This is Haladad speaking. I have the honor here to have the Fireside chat together with a colleague of mine, and we will have the topic of digital access and employment promotion as it is here for the whole conference. And we are talking about promoting inclusive digital access to employment opportunities and information. And in the focus, we will talk about a digital handbook, but what it will be, we will discuss it later, and this will be kind of a surprise. And yeah, I'm Helle. I'm wearing here jeans, blue jeans, brown shoes, and scarf, and white vest, and light little green for the Zero Project conference shirt beyond. So, and I'm pretty happy that we have a talk together today here. And I would like to hand over to Nada Abdelhai, also working for GIZ. Like me, we are both inclusion advisors. Me for Yemen and she for Egypt. So, it's I take the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hala. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to be here and to get to talk about the work that we're doing at GIZ. First of all, my name is Nada Abdelhai. I'm an Egyptian woman. I'm veiled. I'm wearing a camel blazer, black pants, and top. I'm sitting here in front of an audience in the UN office in Vienna. And from the professional side, I work as a technical advisor in GIZ Egypt within the governance portfolio, specifically in a project called Equal Opportunities and Social Development. For those who do not know, GIZ is a technical development cooperation agency. We work closely with government, civil society organizations, and partners to promote inclusive social and economic development. In Egypt, we are at an early stage in disability inclusion. However, we are providing a unique opportunity to shift the model and the approach to disability inclusion from a model or charity-based approach to a social and rights-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nada. And I think the social approach of disability, this is the approach that we all are aiming for when we are here at the conference. And this leads me also to the next question. So you already described a little bit of what your project is doing in GIZ. But when it comes now to the digital accessibility handbook, could you just describe this product and the measures you are implementing within this handbook, and how exactly did it come to this idea that you wanted to create it together with your colleagues? That would be very interesting.
Yes, of course. So first of all, we take a holistic approach to our work. We support youth ages 16 to 29. We work on their social empowerment and active participation, but also their capacities and skills development, as well as other points of contact. So, for example, our institutional partners and civil society organizations, as I was saying. However, there is a key component in our project where the Digital Accessibility Handbook came about, which is our approach to promoting access to digital solutions that allow persons with disabilities to engage and to reach information and employment opportunities. So the idea of the handbook came about from the fact that only 3% of the internet is accessible. And our everyday utilization of different platforms, of different websites, to a vast majority of the population is hindered due to limited access, or none at all. And in line with our goal to promote inclusivity and digital accessibility, and our support of our partner ministry and the national strategies in Egypt as well as globally, the idea of the handbook came about for it to be a tool that supports developers, disability experts, youth, and other digital enthusiasts to be able to have a reference to support their accessible development process of digital solutions. And this is how the idea came about and where it is stemming from in terms of our project's approach, GIZ as a development cooperation, and in line with our national strategies as well.
Okay, great. Sounds like a very holistic approach and very socialized. So when it comes to the handbook, could you give us a little bit more input on it, how it is structured, which kind of design you're using, and some other features maybe that are very special for this handbook, so that our dear audience here in the conference could have a broader picture on it?
Yes, and also there will be a visual shown on the screen right now, which will kind of explain what I will be sharing here in words, but more of in terms of symbols and visuals to the journey and the process itself. So the handbook, as I was saying, is a digital platform. It's a website, and in terms of an experience, you as a reader get to see several chapters. You get to navigate in an easy and accessible manner, depending on your interest and depending on what you are looking for, with several types of content. So what will you really learn by using this handbook? You will get to, first of all, understand concepts and terms such as accessibility, inclusion, usability, the overlaps between them, the differences between them. And then you get also an idea about the digital accessibility scene or approach, whether in Egypt, on the local context, or globally. And this sets the base for you to then get into more technical and more process-oriented understanding of how to ensure that you are thinking from a human-centric approach about your development of any digital solution. So you get to understand the know-how and some tools such as a user journey map or an empathy canvas. And if you are to develop a solution, a digital solution, how can you really think from the point of view of the user and the needs that are necessary to ensure that they are involved and thought about. So this chapters following get into that and shows this this approach and this kind of process. And then you get to also learn about the web content accessibility guidelines. There's a checklist that allows you to really, that guides you to really develop in a more accessible format. You can also get to see how Arabic as a language, there are specifics to it and that make it different from, for example, coding or programming in English. And this is another edge to this handbook. It's going to be bilingual, it's in both English and Arabic, and it ensures that if there are to be further versions or variations in its language, that people are thinking about how this is necessary for developers to know that there is more than one way of really reaching your target audience. And so there's a chapter on that. There are further case studies. There's a glossary and other resources. So really, it is a journey in and of itself, and it takes you on that to make sure that you're really thinking from a human-centric approach. You're really participatory in your nature of any any product that you're thinking about that is digital.
Great. So we can say that nothing about us without us from the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is also key here. And this brings me to the next question. So you said that your partner, one of your partners, is the Egyptian Ministry of Social Solidarity. But besides to this, do you also involve other stakeholders, just in terms of nothing about us without us?
Yes, of course.
So crucial.
Of course. So we work generally with participatory approaches. So we ensure that all our activities, all our trainings, or all our engagements are include all different types of stakeholders. So in addition to our partner ministry, which has the mandate to support access to persons with disabilities to ensure that they receive their rights, that they practice their rights and receive the different services, we have also engaged organizations of persons with disabilities. We have engaged persons with disabilities themselves, so the handbook is developed by and for persons with disabilities. different types of disabilities, including sensory, locomotor, or intellectual disabilities, have been participating in this curation and development process. There are different personas also reflected in this handbook to really further understand how does one person see or use a tool different than another. We have also engaged trainers. Master trainers were trained on the content of this handbook to ensure its sustainability, to ensure that they are able to share this knowledge within their environment and within their areas of work. They trained junior trainers as well, so we have that cohort as well as another stakeholder. And of course, we have our implementing partners. So the German nonprofit organization NPACT are one of our implementing partners, and 0360. We have also a local Egyptian design company working on the design of this handbook, as well as making sure that it is accessible, of course. So there were several rounds of accessibility audits that were done by other companies such as Access All. And so we ensure that different stakeholders are engaged, that they're all actively participating, that they're all part of the different phases of the product development, validation, and ensuring that it is meeting the objective of it in essence, basically.
Thanks, Nada. So we are nearly coming to an end, unfortunately. But nevertheless, I would just make the focus on another time on you talked about accessibility, and I would like to know now what is the role of digital accessibility here when it comes to this project. Could you just frame it, and then we came unluckily to our last question.
Yes, so we're in a conference that talks about both employment and ICT. So digitalization is on every agenda and is rapid. We're all rapidly moving towards digital transformation. However, not everyone is thinking about how to make sure that this process is accessible and inclusive of all. So digital accessibility here for us is crucial to ensure that there is a transition to employment, that there is a governing structure that allows for persons with disabilities to be able to reach employment opportunities, to be able to access more information, to further learn, to further get training or other skills development opportunities. So the Digital Accessibility Handbook is also part of a bigger program called Empowering Inclusion in Employment, and it's one component that complements the second component, which is an incubation program for startups. Startups that are thinking about solutions, digital solutions, to promote access to employment for persons with disabilities. Some startups, for example, were building e-learning platforms to ensure that persons with visual impairment or auditory impairments are able to access opportunities for further learning and development. Other startups were building a tool to make sure that inaccessible documents or files are accessible in effort to make sure that they can reach, that they are able to engage further in the labor market. And so this is the second component of the program. It's a 7-month incubation program. The handbook is a tool to ensure that this process is accessible, and it gives them something to be able to further ideate, design, plan, test, and launch. It's also very important because we work very closely with the government, and the government of Egypt is on its way towards digital transformation, and there is a protocol combining 3 ministries to develop or to further develop an existing national network for persons with disabilities. And this is also an online portal, and the goal of it is to make sure that employers are able to reach persons with disabilities and vice versa, but also to make sure that in the future it is the access portal to further services and training opportunities. And in our work with our partner ministry, we are trying to make sure that this tool is able to also support such initiatives and products.
Okay, we are running out of time. We have 24 seconds left, so have you a last quick message to the audience before
Yes.
I end.
Of course. Well, this was great. Thank you so much for the opportunity. From our end, we are seeking further collaborations and partnerships to see how we can build on this product as well as many others. We're also really looking on how to diversify our initiatives and our products. So it would be great to plan ahead, to work together, and to make sure that we are building an inclusive digital tomorrow, if not today. Thank you very much for listening, and Halle for the great moderation.
Thank you very much also, and thank you for having here, and have a great conference. We are only at the first day, and there are very much other nice, interesting sessions coming in the upcoming 2 days.
Yes, thank you.
Goodbye, and
Bye-bye.
thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. And it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Stephanie here today. Firstly, I'm Christine Hemphill. I'm the founder and managing director of Open Inclusion, a disability inclusive research, design and innovation organisation based in the UK. But today we're going to be talking about Canada, and specifically about the Accessible Canada Act. And it's my real pleasure to welcome Stephanie here to the session today. And Stephanie, do you want to do a quick introduction to yourself? And for those that don't yet know Stephanie, the context within which we're going to talk about the Act today.
Sure. Thank you, Christine. So I'm Stephanie Cadieux. I'm the Chief Accessibility Officer for Canada. What that means is I'm an independent advisor to the Minister responsible for the Accessible Canada Act. And my job is to provide advice and guidance and monitor the rollout of the Act towards its goal of a barrier-free Canada by 2040.
And if we think about, the ambitiousness of that goal, even though 2040 seems a long time ago, it is coming at us fast and the barriers are many. You know, as you move from the Act being put in place to now seeing organisations, start to step into it and implement the actions within it, how does the Accessible Canada Act really support them know what to do, know how to do it, and also provide some guardrails around that?
Well, the Act itself, somewhat ingenious in its presentation, it forces government entities and government-regulated entities like banks or telecoms to engage with people with disabilities, the Nothing Without Us principle, to do a really deep self-reflection on where the barriers are in their organization, because the Act is taking and implementing the social model of disability into everything. And so it's putting the onus on organizations to remove all the barriers proactively. So it takes them through an opportunity to look at where the barriers are in employment, in the built environment, products and services, procurement, ICT, communications other than ICT, and transportation. So 7 key areas. And they have to really take a look at that, prepare a report on that, update it every year in terms of a progress report, and then redo that whole process in 3 years. So it's giving them the opportunity to take a look at this. But because the Act also puts in place 2 other organizations, the Accessibility Commissioner, who will monitor and enforce compliance, and Accessibility Standards Canada, which is an agency that is creating standards by which organizations should aspire, but ultimately those could become regulation as they go through this process. So for me, it's been about how do we look at all of that, and that's a lot of things to look at in this, what is a very short timeline for organizations, a very long timeline for people with disabilities like myself who want this to all have been done yesterday. So in that work, I've taken the approach that I'm going to look at sort of one section a year. This last year, I took a really deeper look at what we're doing on employment.
And I think, just to double tap into the employment space, especially given we're here at Zero Project, talking about employment, how has that gone? And once you kind of frame it within the employment lens, particularly thinking about every one of those 7 areas have very, very different characteristics. So the challenges, the barriers that emerge will be quite different. Within the employment space, how are the barriers emerging that you're seeing, and how are the organisations working on addressing those barriers? Doing so well, where are you seeing really wonderful successes that we can share, and where are some of the challenges that are yet to be kind of resolved, or you're not yet seeing the momentum that you would like to see?
Well, I would argue that in Canada, for a very long time, we have already professed that we will include people, that people with disabilities should be working as they are able. But doing that, saying it and doing it are 2 different things. And organizations under the federal umbrella really do need to take the leadership position on this. It's important that the federal government lead. And government made a large commitment when they introduced the Act to hire 5,000 people with disabilities into the public service. That was slow to get rolling. Arguably, the deadline for that is 2025, and I believe they're going to be able to hit that target. Of course, data remains a big challenge. Having good data across any of these areas related to accessibility and inclusion is a challenge, and one of the things that I reported on in my first report to the minister was something the organizations needed to focus on. I still think that's the case. I think that's the case with employment. Although we have some very deep data starting to be collected, we have to ask the question, are we collecting the right data? Do we know enough? And are we collecting at all the stages? So we know we've hired somebody. Do we know if they're still there or have they left? And if they are not there, why did they leave? Where are people with disabilities, and are those disabilities representative of the population, or are they focused on certain groups of people with disabilities? All of which is important, but we need to know that. So data will remain a challenge. I think understanding inside each organization what percentage of disability or of employees is presented or represented. There's a lot we don't know. There's a lot that we're still going on gut feel, and that's challenging to measure. So that's one thing. Beyond that, though, I would say organizations are all at very different starting points. There are some that are very mature in this space, and some that are very obviously just getting started. And because their reports are public, that's an opportunity for others or for themselves and others to look at other organizations and say, gee, are we measuring up? And what can we learn from these other organizations? And I do believe that sort of competition is having effect. But I also think that there are lots of questions that still abound. And ultimately, I think what we're seeing, while there are examples of good practice and progress, I think we also still know that ableism and unconscious bias are still very alive and well, and our biggest hurdle to overcome in actually being able to achieve the goal of the Act.
I think that's really interesting, and particularly when we think about data, understanding whether it's numeric data, how many people came in, how many people have left, how many people are progressing through an organisation, or whether it's experiential data, what's the experience that they're having within an organisation, or diversity of disability data, as you mentioned, and we were talking about before. Yes, there might be X% of people with disabilities, but how representative is that of the diversity of disability? A question for you in terms of that leading practice and how organisations that are doing this really well might be able to share some of the things that they're doing, so you kind of really that carrot, that pulling the piece of string for other organisations to almost want to compete to catch up, versus how much of this needs a bit of a stick and keeping the laggards from falling too far behind. What's your feelings on the balance of that, and potentially integrating the first bit, how data or how information or how experience, insights might support that?
Well, I think what we see is there are examples of good practice, right? There are examples of organizations, be that in the public sector or in the private sector, where they're doing good things, and we just know that. We know that the access to training and understanding and learning about disability is really important. We know that storytelling is really important in helping people understand something that they may not themselves have yet had the opportunity to experience. And so there are good examples of that going on. There are good examples of organizations where they are making training mandatory across their organization. And I think that's something that's leading by example. There are organizations that are looking at the accommodation and adjustment process and saying, well, this isn't really working. Why is that? And why is it that we have to prove disability to provide the adjustment rather than just offer adjustments to anyone who needs them? How are we moving to that default to yes position of what do you need to be successful? And how do we help ensure that for you in our organization? There are examples of that both inside the public, inside government, of that work underway and starting to take root. But we're a long way from where we need to be. We're seeing lending libraries of equipment so that people can test things and try things and learn, because people with disabilities themselves may not know about the tools that could help them be more productive, enjoy their job better, and do more. So I think it's a learning on all sides, which I think sometimes isn't understood. So that's important. Beyond that, I revert to we have a long way to go. But when the leadership takes an active role in stating that this is important, in modeling inclusion, whether that be because a board member of an organization is willing to put their hand up and say, I have a disability, it makes it okay for other people. And that piece, that safety piece about creating a culture where accessibility and inclusion is the norm, that's where it starts.
I think that's so important. We hear so often, here at Zero Project, people talking about exactly that. Leadership and culture are required for good things to happen and to actually be deeply embedded within real change, not performative change. When we think about some of the other elements, and I love the kind of the nature of the 7 elements you mentioned before that sit within the ACA, even if you just think about employment at the centre, education's required, transport is required, a built environment is required, ICT that works for people is required, communication tools that work are required, and so are procurement practices to bring these things into an organisation that are going to work for the broader space of humans in that organisation. So when you kind of think about that on any one of those, if you put transport in the centre, I'm sure you could equally draw in all of those pieces. How does that interrelated nature between the 7 elements work, and how do you, with so much across each of them, but the interrelation between them, support each other, pull them forward, but also cause complexity?
I think the reality is it is complex, and we also have to accept that, and we have to be honest about that. This will not happen overnight. The work will not happen overnight, nor will it ever really be over. And the reason I chose employment first was twofold. One, because people with disabilities in the consultations government held before the Act was released, and before it was even written, people with disabilities said, employment's where I need you to focus, government. So that was one. But also because in order to get to employment, all of those other things have to be in place, as you mentioned. And so the interconnectedness is really important. Why I think the importance of the nothing without us principle in preparing the plans and an organization starting to do that deep dive is then they start to realize, oh, I never thought of that. I never thought that transportation was something that we do here. But if you're not thinking about how do your employees get to the office, how do your customers get to you, does your travel policy allow for the fact that somebody with a disability may not or may need different things when they travel, have you thought it through? And that complexity really is a part of the investigation that organizations are having to go through.
I love that, and it is complex. And the reality is humans are complex, our environments are complex, and we're trying to address them in a really positive way. I would love you to finish on talking about how the Nothing Without Us piece of this, which is written into the principles of the ACA, informs those priorities in just a couple of minutes. How does centering this around the needs of different individuals with disabilities help the organisations inform their priorities?
Well, I would say if you're not including people with disabilities, then you're doing it wrong. And if people with disabilities are included, you will get that breadth of experience, and they'll show you the way. They'll explain why these different things are interconnected. And that's why it's so important. Organizations, some are doing it better than others. Some, it's new to consult in this way, but I think it's positive that we're starting there. It's real. People with disabilities being included is involved in the leadership behind the scenes, in my role, in my office, and in Accessibility Standards Canada, and all the work they're doing to drive those standards for accessibility. So there's lots of place for people with disabilities to have input and really be thoroughly involved in creating a world with no barriers.
Stephanie, thank you so much. We're just about at time. I just want to say thank you everyone today, whether you're in person or online. And just, I think, to leave people with that final thought from Stephanie, which is, this is complex, this is hard work, and this is interconnected work. But when you centre that on the experience of people with disabilities, actually a lot of that complexity quite quickly falls away. Because for all it looks quite complex when you're trying to think through all the different environments and all the different individuals, to an individual to share their experience is really quite straightforward. So, that centering, I think, which is written all the way through the Act and all the way through the actions that are aligned to the Act, is such a powerful way to simplify that complexity and let organisations get this work done. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Christy.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Live from the United Nations office at Vienna. Day one, Zero Project Conference 2025. The room is buzzing, the energy is high, and one could almost say there's a bit of music in the air. And on the topic of music, it is my distinct pleasure today to moderate this fireside chat, which will be centered on the topic of the music of speech. You might say, Robin, what is the music of speech? How can we detect emotion and attitude using artificial intelligence? Well, we have a wonderful scientist with us, specifically Dr. Tirza Biron, the lead researcher from the Computational Prosody Lab at Prosody from the world-renowned Weizmann Institute of Science from Israel. And she'll be telling us a bit more about sarcasm, because clearly us humans have been doing a great job at detecting sarcasm over time. But all jokes aside, we're really going to be delving into a fantastic ICT solution that enables persons with disabilities to detect emotion. And I don't want to give too much away because we have an expert with us, Dr. Tirza Biron. It's my distinct pleasure to hand over to her and for us to really start maybe the conversation. Music of speech, what's actually so special about non-verbal communication, Tirza? Why should we care?
So first, hello everyone, and thank you for inviting me and for the opportunity to talk about our technology. We teach the machine the music of speech, and it is the music of speech that carries most of our intentions in speech. Non-verbal information is in fact the instructions for the interpretation of words. Example, let's take the words, you want to go home. They can be interpreted in any number of ways. You want to go home. You want to go home. You want to go home. You want to go home, take a shower, have a beer. So the words here, you want to go home, contain just a small part of the information that you need in order to understand what the other person means. Let's look at it even more closely. If I take the question, you want to go home, it provides 5 different kinds of information, 5 orders. I asked a question. The question was rhetorical because probably the person speaking beforehand told me that he wanted to go home. Then I expressed my displeased sentiment. I had an assertive tone and emphasis on home. So our project and technology takes speech, everyday spontaneous speech, and takes it apart. It reports separately on each of these orders of information and even gives multiple labels to emotions. Would you like to ask some more?
No, absolutely, Tirza. And the second, do you want to go home? You know, that would get me in trouble with my wife. And I understand what you're saying, that it can be interpreted in many different ways. And it's interesting what you mentioned, because there's a lot of things coming together. There's definitely computer science in what you do. There is signal processing. There's linguistics. So specifically, you're mentioning notes, but how does this all come together? And how specifically in detail can we detect the nonverbal information? And I think that's, let's say, the science side of it. And I would also then ask you to maybe elaborate a bit for our audience, what are actually the potential applications for persons with and without disabilities, but of course we would specifically be interested in potential applications for persons with disabilities.
So let's take it step by step, and you can of course intervene at any point.
I always will, Tirza, don't worry.
So how do we detect nonverbal information? How do we do it? It's a good question. It's not easy, but the first decision that a project like this makes is what to analyze. The word speech is a big word, but we would like to analyze something more specific. And what we chose to analyze is intonation units. They are very short spurts of speech, one of its natural building blocks that are similar to dog barks or bird tweets. All creatures on this earth that hear the same frequencies also use the same time span. So in our lab, these units are detected automatically, which is another feature of the project. And they are then tagged for various nonverbal messages. Then we teach an AI model to flag various messages within them separately, like I said. So far, we have used them for 2.5 POCs. In the first, we wanted to see whether the machine can be taught simultaneously several messages and how much data is required for this task. You know that data is the gold resource of all AI applications. So this was, I'm happy to report, very successful. And the machine found 3 co-occurring nonverbal messages with performance that is either better than human or very similar to human. So this was the first POC. Now we know that the machine is able to detect 3 orders of information at the same time. Next, we took on the most attractive nonverbal messages: emotion, sentiment, attitude. And this is, like you said, Robin, what everyone wants to know. What does the other person feel? But here's the rub. Most data sets that tag emotion do not contain express spontaneous ones. They are either very bland or acted like. So we had to annotate our own set, and we chose to do that with 911 calls. We thought that it would provide more authentic emotion in a real life situation. When we worked, initially we thought that it would be easy because you only have one person in an emergency situation and you have only one agent with the more composed behavior. But then, like in real life, things turned out to be more complicated.
It usually is, Tirza.
Yes, but scientists are never too good at taking that into consideration unless they actually encounter it. So we did. And what we found that again, it is multi-layered information. A person may be afraid and informative, but hesitant all at the same time. Or the person could be empathetic and assertive at the same time. And when we annotate, when we listen to speech, each and every one of us could grasp a little differently what that person is saying. So, therefore, each annotator was free to choose their own tags. All data was tagged by at least 2 annotators, and so we could train several different models of various sentiment granularities. The results were great, very encouraging, which bring us to what we could do with this, right? What would be the potential applications for detection? Isn't that what you asked?
Absolutely. I think that the audience is they're all gripping their chairs. They're on the verge of the big reveal, and they want to know. We've understood the annotation, the data, the models. Now reveal, the grand reveal, Tirza. What can persons with disability do with this technology?
Okay, so the initial thought, and also the reason we first met, was that we thought that an application on your mobile phone for people who are on the autistic spectrum would give them an opportunity to decipher nonverbal information into verbal signals, such as the person that you are talking to is expecting your response, or the person in front of you is not happy, you need to elaborate. They are expecting more information, all of which is more apparent in the music than in the actual words sometimes. So this was our first thought for an application. Then it occurred to us that people who are hard of hearing might also benefit from such an application. They may be able to read
lips,
what the person is saying, but usually they will have a difficulty in more nuanced speech. And of course, mentioning your first sentence regarding skeptical or ironic speech, this would be a major obstacle for people who cannot hear me properly. And this was the second application that we thought about. And this is when a third person would tell you, but I want to know what the other person is feeling, even if I'm not disabled. I would like Siri. I would like my own personal assistant in my phone to know what I'm feeling and give me more targeted results. So this is a third application. A fourth application would be any speech-related, say, automated translation, or a bot that would like to give you service might also need disability.
With four exciting toolkits in your pocket, Tirza, and with 2.5 minutes left, we have a range of fantastic participants online and on the ground here. What do you need? How can they help you? And where can they find you and your work? So to have a takeaway, you know, we have the Siri in your pocket, which will enable persons with autism, persons with intellectual disabilities, those who are hard of hearing, to better understand and gauge emotion through the music with speech, which you did a fantastic job in explaining to us in very good detail, yet very concise, which is very rare for scientists who have the tendency to go on and on and on and confuse a lot of people. So thank you for your insights. If you could give us a giveaway, you're at the cusp, you have these 4 toolkits. What's missing? How can people help you? We're all about solutions and bringing forward all of these great applications. So with that being said, 1.5 minutes. Take it away, Tirza.
So, dear participants of the Zero Project conference, if you're interested in this technology and in helping us making it become available to large audiences of your choice, we have an opportunity now to come together, find a little more funding so that application is out of the lab and into the more commercialized or out there in the world. This is what we're missing now. We know how to work with the data. We know how to produce the technology and detection. We now need footing in the real world outside of the lab. Please don't hesitate to contact me at the Weizmann Institute and become a partner for and help the people that need it.
Wonderful, ladies and gentlemen, Tirza Biron, get in touch with her. And as a non-AI human being, Tirza, I can detect interest in the audience and through telepathy, interest online. And thank you for being with us, and have a great day. And also to our participants on site, enjoy the rest of the Zero Project Conference 2025. Thank you, Tirza.
Which whatever, the red one maybe? Yeah. There we go. There you go. I know people like their colors, so I always ask which one of them they prefer. When do we start? We'll start in a minute. We will be prompted when to start, basically. As you can see, we have a really nice operator here. 30 seconds. Ah, thank you for the prompt. Yeah, this is a completely different type of conference, right? Yeah, yeah, because we're half online, half in person. Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Zero Project Conference 2025. We are focusing on ICT, as always, but also on employment. I'm Margaret Małgorzata Grobelna and I'm with the Zero Project. I'm the program manager here. But I wasn't always here at the Zero Project, even though it's such a great place to be. I used to work with the Jim Foundation in Poland and Autism Europe. And this is how I met this wonderful person who will be joining me during this interview, James. And what we will be talking about is the Neurodiversity Employer Index and how it can lead the way for neuro-inclusion in the workplace. James, can you introduce yourself and tell us where you are from?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm James Cusack. I'm the Chief Executive of Autistica. Before joining Autistica, I was an academic. I used to work in autism research up in Scotland in a place called Aberdeen. I became interested in autism because I'm autistic myself, and I became really, really interested in how we could use things like evidence to really try and make a difference to autistic people's lives. So I did a lot of work in Scotland, working directly with autistic people, working with their families, but also working on things like autism policy. So that's what made me so excited to join Autistica and try and join all of that up.
And I think that UK is a great example on how you can lead the research on autism, because you have so many great researchers there based in the UK. You have also many great organizations that are led by autistic people, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a key part of what Autistica tries to do. What we've tried to establish ourselves as is the UK's leading autism research and campaigning charity. And what we're really trying to think about is how we can take research and ensure that it makes a difference to the lives of autistic people. And so with that in mind, we've got some really clear goals for 2030 around making sure autistic people are diagnosed and identified and have the right support in place, ensuring that there's treatments for anxiety in place, ensuring there's annual health checks for autistic people, that public spaces are more accessible, that attitudes change and are more positive towards autistic people, and in the context of today, to see the employment rate double for autistic people as well.
Exactly, because I think that the neurodiverse talent, and I'm not only talking about autism, I think about ADHD and all of the other people on the neurodiverse spectrum, they are really the talent that the employers are seeking right now. I mean, we have Atos here at the conference, and their project is pretty amazing for all people that are on the spectrum. But if you can pinpoint a connection and why this movement is so important for autistic people and for the employers, maybe you can show us a link between neurodiversity and employment.
So one of the key things that we've established in the UK is that employment rates for autistic people are very low, and they're low compared to the disabled population, but also the general population as well. So we see that in autism, about 3 in 10 autistic people are in work, whereas about 5 in 10 disabled people are in work, and about 8 in 10 of the general population are in work. So clearly that's not acceptable. There's a real opportunity to change that. But what we also recognise is that by focusing on something like neurodiversity, you're not just thinking about autism, you're thinking about the fact that everyone in your workforce thinks about the world and understands the world in a different way. And that's really, really beneficial for employers when they begin to think in this way, because what they're really thinking about is how do they maximize the performance of every single employee in their workforce. So it's not just simply about getting more autistic people into your workforce, it's about creating or being an employer which is enabling for everyone. And so we've really began to spend some time thinking about what is the most effective way that we can support employers.
Did you cooperate with any kind of corporate or firm to have a special employment program for autistic people? Was that something that you played around before you dig into the research about it?
Yeah, so initially what we did, we started this work around 10 years ago, and we were really just collecting data, trying to understand what people's experiences were, and we worked with large companies as well on different types of schemes and different types of approaches, understanding what the experiences of employers were, and we realized that people like Deutsche Bank, they were really helpful in terms of building a knowledge bank in terms of what works, what doesn't work. How can you build things like internship schemes that really work for autistic people as well? And that was absolutely really beneficial to us. And that really helped us to build the Neurodiversity Employers Index, which is a tool that enables us to support employers to understand how they can sort of maximally reap the benefits of neurodiversity in the workplace. So to try and ensure that their workplace practices support autistic people and people with ADHD and other forms of neurodivergence into work, but also benefit your whole workforce as well.
And how does the index work? Do you go and audit the employer, or what are you doing with that?
So what we realized is that people are becoming increasingly aware and increasingly understanding of the word neurodiversity. So they understand that it exists and that it's a thing now, but people are unsure about what it is that they do next, and so they become quite anxious around it. So we got to a stage where we had increased awareness, but not necessarily the intention to act yet, or the action. And so what we were trying to do is to try and remove some of the barriers, and what we realized is that people needed a supportive tool in place that showed them the way and gave them supportive recommendations on what they can do in the context of their workplace. So what people do is they sign up online, and we have a specific period where we collect data, and it asks people about their approach to reasonable adjustments. It asks their employees about their experiences and what we deliver, and what their approach is to things like recruitment, how are they supporting autistic people and other types of neurodivergence and other types of neurodiversity in the workplace around things like promotion. And then they get a personalised report back and a grade based on how they're performing. The whole idea is that we celebrate different forms of success that different employers have, but also we have evidence-based recommendations for where they can make improvements. So the idea is what we're trying to do for this index is really catalyse a cycle of progress for individual employers, but not only do that, but also see in a more global sense, how are employers doing that are participating in this tool? Are we seeing progress? Where are we seeing progress as well? And I think it's really, really exciting for us as an organisation, because hopefully we're building buy-in from employers. We think that we've already reached about 500,000 employees in the UK through the index, and understanding what sort of practice is going on, and then supporting employers to make changes in their practice. So that, that's a massive impact for us, and so we're reaching those people, but we're also gathering the evidence on an annual basis, and hopefully we'll begin to understand where changes are happening and where changes are maybe not happening, and understanding why they're not happening, what the barriers are. So it's a gradual supportive approach with employers, which I think will really, really help us to see the change for neurodivergent people.
I think that one thing that is really clear here is the benefit that the company, the employer can have here. But if you could go even wider, I don't know, think about, I don't know, policies or some kind of, politics that can be improved at the workplaces. Are you also thinking about using that tool to improve them?
Yep, so one of the things that led to the Neurodiversity Employers Index was a government review led by, which was commissioned by our Prime Minister at the time on autism employment, and this was called the Buckland Review. And that began to look at different barriers within the state that we have towards accessing employment. How can benefits be changed? How can government initiatives be changed? We really managed to build the evidence to show that supported employment schemes are really cost effective for governments in terms of trying to get autistic people into work. So we now have really strong support within government for doing supported employment schemes as well. And that's not all autistic people that approach is not right for all autistic people, but for some autistic people, it's invaluable. And what we're trying to do is create a suite of solutions that really enable autistic people. And so that review has really laid the ground in the UK for trying to change that employment number. And I think the other thing where we've had a huge amount of success is in convincing the government to collect data on how many autistic people are in work as well. I think that the area where we're beginning to do more work with government is getting them to realise that preparing autistic people for work, it's not just like they get to work age and then and then all of a sudden they're magically ready for work. Like, as an autistic person, I sort of feel like you have more barriers than most people in place. Like, there are lots of things and experiences that you have in life which build your readiness for work, which aren't just simply about what school qualifications you gather. And what we find is when you look at graduate data from autistic people, you've got these exceptionally qualified people who are really struggling to get jobs, who are really struggling to get into work. And so there are huge questions that I think that we need to be thinking around, and we're beginning to do some research around. How do we build autistic people's resilience, readiness for work? How do we support them to advocate for what adjustments that they need as they enter into the workplace as well? Because simply just changing the workplace is not going to be enough. We need to be building that support for autistic people from the moment they get that diagnosis, and supporting autistic people's ambitions around accessing employment as well, and helping them to understand that that's something that's feasible and realistic for them, because otherwise I think sometimes people unintentionally create a poverty of ambition as well. And that actually, if we want to create autonomous, independent, empowered autistic people, that's about creating the set of solutions that work for them. And that's not that's also acknowledging that there are autistic people for whom work might not be the right thing for them, you know. But for those who are, how do we support them?
I think that is something that not many people really know, because they don't know how hard it is to design something that can be individualized. They are thinking about the universal approach, but in the wrong way. They are thinking for one fits all. It doesn't work like that. No. But you're talking about UK, but do you have ambitions to go more global, more international? If you wanted to talk with people from the, global community that is here at Zero Project right now, what would you tell him? How would you pitch to them?
So, I mean, I think the thing I would say is we're a UK-based organisation typically, but I think we want to have more international reach. And what we hear, I think what makes us globally unique within the autism space and potentially neurodiversity space is the way that we take research and try to make sure it has a practical impact on autistic people's life. And we've got certain values in terms of how we do that, in terms of how we involve autistic people. The fact that a third of our staff are autistic, the fact that we've got lots of research expertise in-house, the way that we do policy and communications thinking, and so on. So we're quite unique as an organisation in terms of how we operate and how we develop solutions. I would love to build partnerships to ensure that this index has greater reach beyond the UK, because I think it's a globally relevant tool, to be honest with you. And I'd like to see workplaces not just in the UK but across the world changing their practices. And we've got all sorts of solutions like that we're developing in the UK, which I think are globally relevant. And for us, we don't have the scale to roll this out globally. So for us, it's working with partners really, in order to have that impact, and in order to not just reach and impact autistic people in the UK, but to see the effects on autistic people, the effects on society, and actually the effects this can have on our economy if we get this right, to be realised globally, not just nationally.
Okay, I think that we know who your audience here is, and I'm sure that some people will approach you today, but we still have 2 more days of this conference going on, so I'm sure that you will be able to connect with other people. We have 30 seconds left. Is there anything else you would like to add?
Just to say that I think that I think sometimes, particularly in this political climate, people worry about making these arguments, but I actually think this is a business argument. You know, when we talk about neurodiversity, we treat human beings like they're homogenous drones, and that they're like a bit like, we sort of see the brain a bit like the heart, like it's just pretty similar from person to person. Actually, the brain is extremely diverse. It works in extremely different ways, and actually, for companies to maximize their effectiveness, they need to embrace this issue. It's not a nice thing to do. It's just effective business to do this as well. So I think that's a really key point to hit with employers.
And on that note, we are ending this great interview at the Fireside Chat. Thank you so much, James.
Thank you for having me. Cheers.
Hello, and welcome to this Fireside Chat session at Zero Project Conference 2025. I'm Sambhavi Chandrasekhar, Global Accessibility Lead at D2L. We are a learning technology company based in Canada with global operations. More than 20 million users use all our products and our platform. They have all abilities and are of all ages. And joining me today are Stephanie Cadeau, Chief Accessibility Officer of Canada, and Professor Jutta Treviranus, Founder Director of Inclusive Design Research Center. And we're about to begin our conversation about Canada's cutting-edge approach to accessibility and inclusion. I'm hosting this in my capacity as the Vice Chairperson of Accessibility Standards Canada's Technical Committees on ICT and AI. Stephanie and Jutta, please introduce yourselves before you start responding. And to begin with, Stephanie, could you please open the floor by explaining what is unique about Canada's approach to legislative arrangements? Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, Sam. I'm Stephanie Cadeau. I'm the Chief Accessibility Officer of Canada. And my role was created by the Accessible Canada Act. I'm there to monitor the rollout of the Act and how we're doing, and to let the minister know what maybe is going well, what might not be going so well as we look to 2040 and the goal of a barrier-free Canada by 2040. My role was created, as I say, in the Act along with Accessibility Standards Canada, of which you both are very aware and we'll talk more, and the Accessibility Commissioner, who will monitor and enforce compliance of the Act. And I think what's really interesting about the Act and what's kind of unique is the Act is enabling legislation. It starts out with very few regulations. The regulations in place right now are to create a plan in consultation with people with disabilities and the Nothing Without Us principle, to then have standards be turned into regulations over time. And those standards are being developed with people with disabilities at the core. And I think that's what's really unique about the work.
That's really lovely to know, Stephanie. And I do believe Canada as a nation is very supportive to accessibility and inclusion. But do we extend that influence beyond our national borders? I'm curious, especially given some of the geopolitical situations that we are witnessing today. What are your thoughts, Jutta? And don't forget to introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you, Sam. And I'm Jutta Treviranus. I'm the director of something called the Inclusive Design Research Center at OCAD University in Toronto. And I also lead a graduate program in inclusive design. And relative to this discussion, I'm the chair of two standards groups, an ICT standard group and an AI standards group within ASC, the Accessible Standards Canada. So these are the standards that we're developing to support the Accessible Canada Act. And that's a really good question. I mean, of course, we're in a fairly crazy time at the moment. And with respect to ICT and AI, we're at a very difficult time because most enterprise ICT began in the US, is still being controlled within the US, and we have a government that is doing not very nice things related to that, using people with disabilities as scapegoats, demonizing all the values that are supported by the Accessible Canada Act. And so I think the issue of international collaboration has become so much more critical at this time, and it behooves us to step in where we can, to carry the torch during this next crazy dark time. And what I love about the Canadian approach is that unlike many of the other standards groups such as CEN, ETSI, ISO, etc., especially the standards group within Europe, all of the Canadian standards are free and open. And we're open to collaboration. We're co-designing with people with disabilities, and we want to harmonize. So there isn't this national protection of a particular standard. And I think that's an approach we all need to take at the moment. It is not a time to be competitive nationally about only we can create standards, only we, and we want to protect our standards, and we will charge for our standards. Canada is making those standards available to the world, and we invite collaboration, we invite participation. In fact, the AI standard that we're developing, the accessible and equitable AI standard, has participation from the US and from Europe. And we're hoping that that will pave the way to sharing it with Europe, because of course Europe is taking leadership in the protections that are needed regarding AI. And so we hope to be able to talk to the European regulators and standards developers to share what we're developing with respect to protecting people with disabilities who face some of the greatest threats and risks with respect to artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yuta. So passing it back to Stephanie, regarding ICT standards, like what is the unique approach that Canada takes with respect to developing standards, specifically ICT?
Well, I think you folks could probably talk to this even better than I can, since you've been intimately involved with it. But what is, and Yuta spoke to this, but what's unique about the Canadian perspective is not just the fact that it's all being made available publicly, but that the process includes people with disabilities at every stage. So accessibility standards is a real trailblazer in this, right from the board, which is made up of people with disabilities and their allies, to the organization itself and its staff, to the hundreds of people who are involved in the creation of a standard, and to all of the people that are involved in the research that goes into developing that standard. More than 60% of those people identify as persons with disabilities. So that nothing without its principle is enshrined in the work that's being done to create the standards, whether they be ICT or AI, or whether they be around the built environment, the recently published employment standard, and more. So all of that is being made publicly. There are currently 6 published standards, 12 draft standards, and any organization can use that. And when Yuta says, talks about harmonizing, I like to talk about harmonizing like this. As a former politician who knows that governments like to do their own thing, I would argue that harmonization is not something we can force upon levels of government in our own country or beyond. But harmonization is something we can choose. We can do it because it's the right thing to do it, because it makes things work better. And in fact, from an ICT perspective, essentially that's what we have done as Canada. The EU went first, created a standard. The government of Canada looked at that standard along with ASC and said, with only minor changes relative to the context we are in Canada, we will adopt that same standard. And so that will likely be the first regulation that is put in place under the Act that goes beyond the regulation to create plans.
That's really very, very interesting. Thank you very much, Stephanie. And yes, like you indicated, ICT has several flavors, and Yuta, you are heading and are going to head multiple ICT-based committees. But when you think of ICT and technologies, what comes to mind is the pace at which, rapid and mind-blowing pace at which things are coming at us, including AI. And when it comes to people with disabilities, there are opportunities as well as there are barriers. So I'd like you to speak to how do we leverage those opportunities and how do we address those barriers?
Thanks, Sam. I mean, there's too much to say. I see a 5-minute sign there. But, so I think one of the things about ICT, which is different from the built environment and industrial design, is you really can't retrofit it, right? I mean, the minute something is adopted, it is on every computer. It spreads and it morphs and it changes. And so you really need to do it proactively. And so one of the things that we're doing within the sort of ecosystem of standards is looking at, well, what are some of the emerging threats that are there, and how can we actually participate proactively in that? I've mentioned AI, but there's also issues of cybersecurity, which of course has become even more critical at the moment. And unfortunately, bad actors look for the vulnerable, and there are so many vulnerabilities. So while we're really excited at this conference about all of the amazing assistive technologies that are emerging, they also are a means of cybersecurity weakness. And so how do we make sure that it's not just looking at privacy, which seems to be the thing that is standardized all over the place at the moment, because none of the privacy protections unfortunately work if you're highly unique and people with disabilities are unique. So we need to go beyond that for how do we make things secure, how do we ensure that things are not abused or misused. Additional areas that are emerging include fintech. But then I think underlying all that is a fundamental need to relook at how we create, adopt standards, especially, and technology, how we market it, how we research it, how we sell it within work, and what are the implications for work. And that's a much longer conversation here. And Canada is looking at some of that in terms of the employment standard, et cetera. And yeah, so we welcome Canada welcomes, and I'm a Canadian, but I shouldn't be speaking for you. But I think as Canada, we welcome anyone who wants to participate with us and collaborate with us. And we want to share the things that we're collectively creating.
That's very Canadian. Thank you, Yuta. What actually stands out to me when I think about the unique approach of Canada is that we recognize the value of differences and putting that period after nothing without us. I really love that because everything is about us, right? And I don't want to repeat the cliche like we are designing for our future selves or someday, et cetera, but I want to come back to the point that we lead with people with disabilities, and we are recognizing the intersectionality that brings all other minority differences as well in. And we do hope to continue to come to Zero Project every year to give updates. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Yuta.
Good afternoon. My name is James Crow, and I'm delighted to be able to welcome you to this fireside chat at the Zero Project Conference 2025 here in Vienna. It's a warm welcome to all people participating or listening on the end of the video. We're here to talk about assistive technology and particularly artificial intelligence. And I'm delighted to be sharing this platform with Natalia and Marina from UNESCO. Please, Natalia, please say a word or two about your role and your interest in this topic.
Hello to everyone. It is my great pleasure to be here today with you and to share some insights and some experiences from UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies in Education. I have been working for this institution for more than 20 years already, and I'm a chief of the section unit which is titled Teacher Professional Development and Networking. We're dealing with different projects, accumulating best experience on AI and ICT for teachers.
Thank you very much, Natalia. So we have a real expert with us today for this fireside chat, and we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to get straight into the first question. I have 3 questions to put to Natalia, and they'll hopefully will share with you some information about artificial intelligence and how it may be used to assist in an inclusive educational environment. So first of all, Natalia, if I could ask you, at the Institute, your mission involves providing and promoting the innovative use of ICT. How can digital innovations be harnessed to help children and young people learn? What are the main possibilities and opportunities?
Thank you very much for this question, and let me start from the zero point. Inclusive education is about promoting equal opportunities for all students, regardless their backgrounds, abilities, and learning styles. So how technologies can support with that? First of all, it is personalized learning. I hope you know about adaptive learning platforms which can adjust materials, which can adjust the content with the help of, for example, AI solutions for students with disabilities based on their performance. It accumulates different learning styles and learning speeds, which is a part of inclusion. Secondly, I would like to mention about language barriers. AI-powered solutions can support real-time translation, which will help students who speak different languages. But what is more important for us is to know about special programs like speech-to-text converters, which can help students with hearing disabilities. And you may ask where AI is there. I would say that AI enhances these technologies by making them more accurate and real-time. Thirdly, I would like to mention about accessibility features in general, and AI has a great power on it. For example, AI can generate alt text for images automatically and can provide conversion from text to Braille based on digital platforms, using digital platforms. And these solutions will benefit students with visual impairments, as you understand. And for another thing, when we speak about students who have physical impairments, and they may need some alternative ways of interaction with materials, AI also can provide a good solution. For example, voice-controlled AI assistant can help students navigate educational software without using a mouse or keyboard. This is very important. Secondly, next point, I would like to mention about remote access and limitations of mobility. We all know about online learning platforms. They exist for ages, I would say for more than 15 or 20 years already. But what about AI? AI can optimize the delivery of the content. For example, in regions with a lack of internet connection, it may help to make video streaming more correct, for example, with limited quality, but without the breaks, without breaks. So this is about remote access. And now let me jump to teachers. I think that AI has a lot of benefits for teachers. For example, AI can support daily and administrative tasks and provide teachers with more time to focus on inclusive strategies. In addition to it, AI analytics can support teachers and identify a student who is falling behind, and a teacher will provide timely interventions. In this context, I need also to mention about assessment strategies. Assessment is a very important part of education, and standard assessment usually not very inclusive by its nature. So artificial intelligence can also support teachers and students with promoting alternative ways of assessment, like project-based assessment or interactive simulations, which will make less pressure on students. And I also need to emphasize another very important issue about emotional monitoring and social monitoring. There are a lot of new technologies, AI-based technologies, who can support monitoring of the emotional conditions of the student. For example, identifying a student who is struggling with some emotional problem at the moment. So in this case, a teacher will arrange appropriate educational environment and take appropriate measures. What else? In summary, the key areas where AI and new technologies can support inclusive education environment include personalized learning, remote access, language translation, real-time language translation, accessibility features, and teacher support.
Well, thank you, Natalia. That's given us a good taste of the opportunities and opened that window for us. And we've spent the majority of the time looking at the opportunities. We shouldn't finish this session without looking briefly at the key challenges. So perhaps if you could identify a couple for us without us becoming too negative.
Okay, I will do my best. First of all, let me think about the diverse needs of students with disabilities. We have several types of disabilities, including hearing, visual, motor, cognitive, speech and language impairments. And every person with disability will require his or her own learning styles and needs, demands in education. So AI developed and designed for someone with motor disability might not work well for someone who has visual disability. So the diversity of needs and styles is already a challenge, because AI will not be the one solution for all. Secondly, I need to mention data bias. For example, AI models trained on data sets which did not include enough people with disabilities might perform poorly. In addition to it, lack of representatives of persons with disabilities in IT companies and development teams may lead to solutions which will not meet real needs of persons with disabilities, and this is a big problem, really big problem. In addition to it, I need to pay your attention that AI solutions have accessibility problems by themselves. If AI powered platform is not designed with accessibility in mind, it may lead to inequalities, it may lead to exclusion. So another aspect which we also need not to forget, I would say, is cost and availability. We all know that AI solutions sometimes are very expensive. And some schools and some individuals may not afford them. In addition to it, in low resource settings, even if technology exists, there could be no access to appropriate infrastructure like high-speed internet connection. We also need to remember about ethical considerations like privacy, because many of students with disabilities require additional and more personalized data collection, and there will be a question how we store and how we use this data in the future. We also would like to understand AI, I would say, over-reliance on AI, and it will reduce human interaction. This is also an ethical question. I can provide more examples on it, and I think that one more is very important. This is about interoperability with existing systems. It might be a kind of technical challenge, but in case AI platform doesn't work correctly with existing software, educational software or assistive technologies, it will lead to inequalities again and exclusion.
Thank you, Natalia. And very, very briefly, the third question is, what would you suggest for us if we're trying to identify strategies for taking forward use of AI in our organizations? What should we do?
Thank you. We now need to focus on sustainable improvements, and I need to say that while we are speaking about strategies, they should be long-term and systemic. So first of all, we need to consider personalization, as I have already mentioned about AI power in adjusting the content and the technologies, but how we can make it sustainable. I think the solution could be, for example, promoting continuous feedback loops or feedback assessment to make AI developing in line with students' development, such a very interesting approach. Additionally, I think it's necessary to understand that accessibility issues should be inbuilt into the platform at very early stages, and this is, I would say, a kind of universal design. Next point is about using teaching support. I have already mentioned that proper education, proper training should be provided for teachers, because without such training, AI and new technologies will not be used correctly.
Finally?
And finally,
Natalia?
yes, okay, I have a lot of things to say. Finally, continuous innovations, research, and what is very important, community feedback from different audience parts of society will keep systems relevant and efficient.
Wow, thank you, Natalia. It's not easy to introduce us to a big topic like AI
Yes,
in
exactly.
such a short period of time. But I'm sure if you go onto the conference website, dear viewer or dear listener, you can find more details about Natalia, and I'm sure Natalia will be very happy to correspond or be in contact with you to assist with the wonderful world that is opening before us, if we can just grasp it, but use it ethically, as you quite rightly emphasized, Natalia, and used it appropriately. It can be very, very helpful to empowering and encouraging a more inclusive environment for children and young people and adults with disabilities. So thank you, Natalia, for your time. and for sharing some of your expertise with us this evening.
Thank you very much, colleagues. It was a pleasure for me to be here with you. Please enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Wow, well done.